never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
That is my cue. Key the microphone. Well, let's get ready to roll into a Monday. Oh, hooray. So we close out the final weekend for the month of September. Looking at the calendar, October rolls in this Friday. Then what? Halloween's just around the corner. Yeah, we've officially said adieu to summer. Farewell. Hey, but we do have a little shot of summer-like weather coming to much of the country this week. See, our forecast here in the Ohio Valley going to be bumping back into the 80s for a few days, which we're going to be above normal for several days this week, because the normal highs would be middle 70s. As we're into fall officially here. Well, let's start things off with a look at our travelers' weather. Got a lot to get into here on a Monday morning. Looking at the 27th day of September. Let's start with the good news. AccuWeather forecasters say there is growing confidence that the United States will miss out on a direct hit from Hurricane Sam. Yeah, when we last spoke Friday morning, Sam was just a tropical storm. It had not reached hurricane status yet. My, how things changed early in the weekend. By early Friday, it was a Category 1 hurricane and rapidly intensified. As of Sunday evening, Sam was about 800 miles to the east-southeast of the Leeward Islands, tracking to the northwest at about 7 miles per hour. Hurricane-force winds extending outward up to 30 miles. Tropical storm-force winds extending outward up to 90 miles. But Sam is a Category 4 major hurricane. On the wind scale, maximum sustained winds at 150 miles per hour. Now, with the increase in wind speed through Sunday afternoon, Sam right now is just less than 10 miles per hour shy of becoming this Atlantic hurricane season's first Category 5 hurricane. Its wind speeds already matching those of Hurricane Ida's that topped out at 150 before barreling into Louisiana back in August. Forecasters say Sam's journey to attain its current strength was very impressive, to say the least. The fifth storm of the season to undergo what they call rapid intensification. Rapid intensification, that's an increase in maximum sustained winds of 35 miles per hour or more within a 24-hour window. And Sam obviously surpassed that benchmark. First earned its name Thursday morning, becoming the 18th named storm of the season. Strengthening further into a hurricane less than 24 hours later. Now, while Sam is a monster of a hurricane, it will remain in the best place possible for a dangerous storm as we start this new week, largely out over the open ocean, away from any land masses. But as the week continues, this impressive storm may take a swipe at parts of the Caribbean. Sam began to adopt more of a northward component over the weekend, and it's going to continue to gradually turn more to the north as the week progresses. Precisely how quickly that northward turn takes place, that will be critical in determining how much impact this storm will have on the Caribbean's Leeward Islands. Obviously, the sooner the track begins to the north, the more likely the dangerous eye wall will avoid the islands toward the middle of this week. Now, even without a direct strike, parts of the Caribbean are still going to feel the impacts, even though Sam is forecast to pass to the north and northeast of the Leeward Islands. Rough surf, big-time waves, and rip currents will be impacting the shores of these islands over the next several days. Now, the risk for those rip currents will extend to shorelines well beyond the Leeward Islands as it continues to track generally toward the north over the open Atlantic. As Sam remains a formidable hurricane, it will continue to produce progressively larger swells, propagating outward from the storm. Rough surf, rip currents are likely to reach much of the eastern coast of the U.S. later this week. Almost the entirety of the Atlantic coast, stretching from central Florida all the way up to Maine, will encounter building surf and increasing rip currents, beginning as early as midweek. Now, we see about 100 deaths per year in this country as a result of rip currents. So far this year, there have been at least 19 rip current deaths along the Atlantic coast, according to the National Weather Service. Beyond Bermuda, forecasters urge people living as far north as Atlantic Canada to continue monitoring Sam for potential impacts as we head into October. Again, October arriving this Friday. As Sam spins over the open Atlantic, follows in the tradition of some powerful, even infamous S storms. Sam is not forecast to strike the U.S. directly now. Other S storms, less powerful than Sam, have had major impacts on the U.S., though, historically. One of the most destructive storms in recent memory, of course, was Sandy, Superstorm Sandy, that plowed into New Jersey in October of 2012. Devastating consequences. $65 billion worth of damage. The most recent S storm to actually strike the U.S. was during last year's record-breaking hurricane season when Hurricane Sally strengthened to a Category 2 over the northern Gulf of Mexico and ultimately made landfall on the Alabama Panhandle. Now, with the recent formation of Sam, we also had another short-lived subtropical storm, Teresa. We're down to only 2 names remaining on the predetermined list of tropical storm names for the 2021 season. But yes, Sam out there, very obviously shipping interest. That's going to be the biggest concern in that region of the world. Meanwhile, as we look out west, an overwhelming majority of the country tonight is pretty much high and dry, very quiet as far as precip is concerned. The exception is in the Pacific Northwest as the wildfires rage, dry conditions continue across much of the West. Everyone pretty much anxiously awaiting for Mother Nature to lend a helping hand as the wettest period of the year is right around the corner. Fortunately for some, relief is on the way, while for others, the dangers will remain high. Some relief in the Pacific Northwest we saw last weekend, picking up a few inches of rain. Areas in the Olympic and Cascade Mountains picked up nearly 7 inches in some areas, especially near the border between Washington and British Columbia, Canada. But forecasters watching another round of wet weather, bringing more rain and some mountain snow and cooler conditions to the Pacific Northwest. It is underway, continues through the day, Monday and Tuesday. So people in both the interior and coastal Northwest may be breathing a sigh of relief with this round of rain, as many areas have experienced below normal precip for the past several months. As a matter of fact, it was the driest spring and summer on record for Seattle, where records go back like 77 years. Yes, Seattle's only picked up 11% of their normal precipitation through the month of August. So those dry conditions is what allowed these many large wildfires to rage over the U.S. over the past summer, especially over the parched portions of California. Drenching rain will help douse areas from Northern California, extending north along much of the I-5 corridor into Washington and across Idaho, definitely aiding in the firefighting efforts in that region. Storms expected to come in 2 parts there in the Northwest. We'll see this first wave of moisture moving into the region, which that's what we're looking at on the radar now. Began moving in on Sunday, bringing rainfall to parts of Washington. Everett, Washington, reporting 0.88 inches of rain this past day. Bellingham, Washington, reporting 0.35 of an inch of rain. Then there's a larger, stronger storm that's going to be following this wave of moisture later Monday into Tuesday. While the rain was relatively light Sunday, it will become heavy at times today and into Tuesday as that potent cold front passes over Washington and Oregon. Generally, a half to an inch of rain is likely in the lower elevations, but along the western-facing slopes of the Olympics and the Cascades, we could be looking at 2 to 4 inches of rainfall. Areas inland east of the Cascades, portions of Washington, Oregon, parts of Idaho, anywhere from 1/10 of an inch to maybe 1/4 of an inch of rain, with some locally higher amounts. Some of the higher elevations in Oregon and Wyoming managed to pick up the season's first accumulating snow with last weekend's storm. With this next system, many more locations will see their first taste of winter. Snow levels are going to fall as that cool air pushes into the region. High winds are anticipated, mainly along the coast and in the higher elevations. Accumulating snow expected to be isolated, confined to elevations mainly above 5,500 feet. And for the most part, that's generally above the past levels. So we shouldn't be concerned a lot about slushy or snow-covered roadways. But changing road conditions are likely where the heavy rain persists. So be on the lookout, be on the alert for any reduction in visibility, ponding of water on the roadways. Rain and snow showers become lighter on Tuesday, then extend further inland into Idaho, northwestern Montana, before things kind of wind down there on Wednesday. Winds will be a concern, though, across the northern parts of central California later today, and even into southern Sierra and the Southern California mountains into Tuesday. Further south across California, where the winds turn gusty and the dry weather persists there, the ongoing blazes will be fanned further. Some of these larger fires can even create their own locally strong winds due to the amount of heat being generated by those infernos. So smoke from the wildfires likely to be more widely dispersed out over California during this time frame and headed toward the high plains, as the storm's expected to move out of the west by Wednesday, resulting in rain and winds subsiding by later this week. Could be talking another round of showers in the Pacific Northwest. So good news to some extent for our friends there that have been very bone dry in the Northwest. Looking at rain at this hour extending from Eugene, Oregon, right? Yeah, north side of Eugene up through Salem to Portland, all the way up into southern portions of British Columbia, Canada, Vancouver, seeing some heavier rains. Down into Victoria. Then you've got more rains along the coastal areas of Washington. Nothing reaching into Northern California just yet, but again, as we progress through the day today into Tuesday, that will be changing. All right, hope you had a wonderful weekend as we close things out here. What's on tap as we get the new week started? See who's checking in here. Big Moose on board, first out of the box there. Yeah, Scotty says TGIF. Yeah, well, if it's your Friday, tip of the hat. There's Matthew. It's been a long time since we've heard from Matthew. He says, good morning, Steve Sommers. Morning, Matthew. Good to have you with us. Andy's on board. Dale checking in from Jacksonville, Florida, 78 degrees clear. Timothy and Todd on board. Hank on the line here. Let's see, Moose says, me and the hounds are camped out beside beautiful Buck Creek. I'll be catching the repeat later today. Keep it between the spotted and the solid, and do it to it like Pruitt used to do it. Okay. So, all right, little time off the road there. Big Moose, enjoy your time out there with the hounds. Crazy Ray's on board. Morning all from West Michigan. Check it in, 68 degrees. Let's make it another great week. Jonathan, let's see, Friday, Disney World's 50th anniversary. And we'll have to ask Philip about that if he checks in later this morning. Hello to Bill on board. Mary Ann, welcome to Monday, listening in here in Southwest Ohio. Kevin is on board. Mark online. Stephanie, hello from Fredericksburg, Virginia. Tank, morning, Steve. Happy Monday. 71 degrees here in Memphis tonight. That's right out west and back. A short week this week. Then I'll be off for 11 days. Going to spend it in the Missouri Ozarks via horseback. That should be fun. That's a little different. All right. You'll be a saddle-sore cowboy before that's all said and done, right? Hello to Chevy Guy. Copy in the mail. Lori Glory. Morning, Steve and the gang. Happy Monday. Thank you so much. Larry is on board. Afternoon, all back in the saddle, right? Hello to Pappy. Beautiful night in Hamilton County. 59 degrees. Yes, indeed. You four-wheelers might want to leave a little early for work tomorrow morning. Just saying. Yeah, we were chatting about, I've got this scoop here. Remember last week I shared the story where some of these online trucking discussion boards were talking about there's differing days. Yeah, some of them were talking the 27th, some were talking the 28th, about causing some bottlenecks on the highways and whatnot. They were even listing particular areas, Dayton, Cincinnati. I think there were a few areas in Columbus and, all, different regions all around the country. as I said, on differing days. But this morning is the date that they had kind of laid out. Now, I didn't speak to anyone in our listening audience that was planning to participate. Monkey Gouger kind of joked around that, yeah, I'll participate. I'm going to be at the home 20 anyway, so I'm going to be off the road. Yeah, they're not really talking about parking off the road. They're talking about parking on the road. Maybe looking to cause some major disruptions to travel. Let me first take you to WKEF, which is an affiliate there in Dayton, Ohio. The Ohio State Highway Patrol says they're taking this serious. They are prepared for Monday morning in response to the proposed shutdown of varying interstates by truckers and motorists. The hashtag Patriot Shutdown spreading online on TikTok and other social media platforms. A protest over the vaccine mandates, where they're talking slow drives or even halting traffic, expected to begin about 7 o'clock this morning and last for 8 hours, they're saying. Now, Sergeant Simmons of the Montgomery County Outpost confirmed an increased presence from law enforcement is planned later this morning. He said he could not confirm additional details at this point in time. Security concerns here in Southwest Ohio. Hamilton County Prosecutor Joe Dieters issued a statement over the weekend warning against participation. He says, quote, "I want to be perfectly clear. Anyone who attempts to shut down the highways in Hamilton County will be removed from their vehicles, charged with felony disrupting public services, and you will go to jail." Let me move to right here in Cincinnati, the local Fox News affiliate. Pretty much saying the same thing, beginning 7 a.m. as the posts are calling for slow rolls or blockage over the mask and vaccine mandates. Sergeant Christina Hayes with the Highway Patrol said, "We are aware of the possible protest. We're monitoring the situation closely to ensure roadways are safe to travel." Again, for security reasons, no other details. They went on to share exactly the same, what Joe Dieters had to say. "My office has learned there are plans to shut down the highways nationwide Monday to protest vaccine mandates." And he goes on into, "I want to be perfectly clear. You'll be removed from your vehicle. You'll go to jail. To those who claim to be supportive of law enforcement is not with you. This would pose a serious danger for our first responders and the community at large. I have always been supportive of the First Amendment right to protest, but this is not lawful. It is reckless. It will not be tolerated." So, I was having discussion with Pappy earlier. I said, it would only take a handful of truck drivers. If you got a 2-lane stretch of interstate in any direction, 2 trucks could, roll slow or actually stop and bottleneck traffic, which would have people obviously trying to go around on the emergency lane and things of that nature. But what if you do indeed begin to create a backup? And we see these incidents all over the country where there are accident scenes that cause backups and subsequently lead to another incident, whether it's an automobile or a truck that did not see the traffic slowing in front of them and slams in. What if somebody gets hurt or killed? Then what happens with the truck drivers that may have been leading to that backup? That could be a very, very ugly scenario. So, again, I haven't spoke to a soul who plans to participate. If you know of someone, love to have you jump on in and participate here this morning. Our number is 844-3388. Underway on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. We'll jump into it here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All I know is here a few weeks ago, maybe about a month ago, we were talking about the truck drivers in Australia, which indeed did have some protests similar to what's being proposed here. Now, at that point in time, some of these same groups were trying to get on board with the protest, but it just so happened that the dates that were slated for that coincided with the days immediately following the impacts of Hurricane Ida, which had left so many in Louisiana and the South struggling to survive. And most sensible truckers were like, hey, no, these people are relying on us. So we didn't really see any participation at that point in time. Elsewhere around the globe, there have been protests. I mean, I'm seeing that in the UK, they tell us they're offering thousands of visas to foreign truck drivers to come in to ease a driver shortage there. Apparently, over the weekend, they're saying that thousands and thousands of gas stations have run dry. Here's the story from this past day. Thousands of British gas stations out as motorists now scramble to fill up. A supply disruption. Now, this isn't per se because of a protest that I'm aware of. It's just a shortage of truck drivers. The Petrol Retailers Association, representing almost 5,500 independent outlets, said 2/3 of their members are sold out of fuel, with the rest of them either partly dry or running out soon. So it's kind of like when we had the Colonial Pipeline issue earlier this year in the Southeast. Of course, that was a ransomware attack, but it shut the pipeline down, and everyone decided at the same time, I'm going to go out and I'm going to get me a dozen 5-gallon cans and panic buy. So as the word spread in the UK, everyone's running out and filling their tanks up and buying extra fuel so everything's running dry. According to the BBC report, there's plenty of fuel in the country, but it's in the wrong place for the motorist right now. It's at the terminals. It's at the refineries. We were hearing pretty much the exact same thing here earlier this year. So long lines over the weekend. Tempers frayed as some drivers waited for hours. Police called to one station in London after a scuffle broke out there. The trucking industry says in terms of tens of thousands of truckers, due to the perfect storm, including the coronavirus pandemic, an aging workforce, and an exodus of foreign workers following Britain's Brexit departure from the European Union last year. Several countries, including the U.S. and Germany, also experiencing a shortage of truck drivers. But it's been especially visible in Britain, where it's contributed to literally empty supermarket shelves and shuttered gas pumps. So I hope and pray we don't see those sort of things forthcoming here in the USA. But I do have more news to share with you coming up about the bottlenecks we've been talking about for days at the shipping ports, Los Angeles, Long Beach, and even others. That is apparently not getting better. It's continuing to get worse. I'm looking here, according to a Bloomberg report, to understand why more than 100 container ships are waiting to enter U.S. ports. Now, this isn't just Southern California, but other ports as well, because they're talking Southern California to Savannah, Georgia. Things are piling up, packed and stacked. Yeah, more on that ahead. And, of course, we'll get to your calls right after we get our news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
The $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill will be passed this week, says House Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
We will bring the bill to the floor tomorrow for consideration.
Speaker Pelosi on ABC's This Week. The bill includes funding for roads, bridges, high-speed internet, rail and transit, drinking water upgrades, and other priorities meant to shore up the nation's infrastructure. Texas Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez telling Fox News he's not so hot on the bill.
The price of gas is going up. The price of eggs, the price of basic necessities is through the roof. At the end of the day, the spending is completely out of control. We have to stop somewhere because eventually the bill becomes due, and it's going to come due in the form of higher taxes for everyone.
The legislation was passed in the Senate last month with bipartisan support, 19 Republicans and every Democrat voting for it. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio is looking for a co-host. Yes, you heard me correctly. Nationally syndicated radio show and popular podcast, Rockstar Radio with Billy Gerard, is looking for a co-host. In fact, 2 segment co-hosts. One will join Billy weekly talking about all things financial, and another for a weekly review of the national real estate and mortgage market. Co-hosting with Billy Gerard could be the move that puts your career into overdrive. For all the details and to schedule an audition with Billy, send an email to bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Or go to rockstar.today/co-host for all the details. Rockstar Radio is looking for 2 expert co-hosts. It could be you. Email bill@rockstar.today or go to rockstar.today/co-host. Being on the radio with Billy will make you the expert in the field. It could take your career over the moon. Get all the audition details at rockstar.today/co-host.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, couple of others checking in here on a Monday morning. Hello, Lauren. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Cheyenne River Sioux Nation Mission Ridge, South Dakota. All right, South Dakota's on board. Hello to Jay. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight listeners. 58 degrees, clear in Nashville. Safe driving to all the truckers out there. Hello to Jeff. Hello to Captain Ron. Let's see. Anybody be interested in hauling a day cab? Pete, from Stockton to roughly South Bend. The company we hired is a week late picking it up. Okay, see if anybody jumps on board there with Jeff. He's on the YouTube feed, by the way, posting his comments if you wanted to respond to Jeff. Richard on board. Hello, Steve, and all the listening friends out there. Kentucky Cat is on board. Good to have you with us. Icebreaker is on. Morning, Steve. Good to have you with us. We'll get to some of our others coming up here. Let's jump to the phones here, though. Cue ball, first out of the box on a Monday. How was your weekend first, I should ask?
Morning, Steve.
Morning.
Well, it's been a while. I don't call it as much as I should. I've been listening all week last week on the podcast during the daytime, though. But I had to call in during this because they've been yapping about this last week, and I was just itching and rearing to talk about this one here. You know, there historically have been trucker strikes in the past, but the general public really never was really into it. Think about it. When you're doing stuff like that, you're just pissing the public off. They're not trucking, and they don't understand what issues you're dealing with. But this is different.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, it doesn't matter. Believe it or not, if they were to pull this off, and they could get on the phone all they want or for press releases, we'll drag you out of your truck and charge you with a felony. Really? How are you going to do that when ain't nobody in that truck that dropped the trailer and left? Who are you going to arrest then? Good luck with the tow truck. I mean, come on. But my point is, the average nurse that just got fired because they didn't take a friggin' vaccine, I think they'd understand it. I think a factory worker facing the same issue would understand it. I think anybody else that's facing the same issue would understand it. My point is, this is not exclusive to trucking.
Okay.
What this is a nationwide thing. When's that Biden 100 employee or more must be vaccinated thing supposed to take effect as if he's the king and can actually do that? When's that crap supposed to actually start? By the way, company I'm with, under 100 people, so you need a job. They're always looking for work. We're mostly owner-operator anyway. Oh, that's right. I have my own. I am my only one employee, so I guess I'm exempt from that too. So you get the idea, though. My point is, this is not just a simple trucking issue. This is a whole anybody with a job issue. So you would actually probably have a lot of public support. Not all. I don't even think you'd have most, but you'd have a good amount. That's what makes this way different. But like I said, I literally don't know when that whole crap's supposed to actually start as far as that over 100 employee mandate bit. But I think what's going to start happening, what you really have to start worrying about, and I was actually just talking to my mom about this. I've been hearing, I think you guys were talking about it too, out there in I know in Jersey, Costco, they're starting to ration stuff already.
Yep.
When a lot of these big mega carriers...
Costco made pretty much a nationwide announcement here a few days ago that they're going to be limiting the amount of toilet paper and paper towels and I don't know what all else. Because, and as soon as they say something like that, though, it's like in the UK when they say, hey, the gas station's running out, everybody runs out and fills their tank. Now everybody's running out to buy toilet paper again like they did when the whole pandemic started.
Yeah, well, see, we're already starting to have that problem. Let me explain. I don't know, it's maybe a month or two ago. I'm not really sure. I went to do an oil change on my rig, and I went over to local farm supply store to get my oil. And they had I think I literally walked out with the last 2 5-gallon pails of, three. The last 3 5-gallon pails of engine oil for my truck. Reason why I bought 3 5-gallon pails is because they didn't have a single 1-gallon container. Because, I put the 2 5-gallon pails in the engine, and then the 1 gallon will go in the oil filter. That's 11 gallons, 44 quarts. But they were very low on engine oil. Now I noticed, because the last few times I've also just been sending my kid with the credit card, so honestly I didn't even really know what it was costing. And in this last time I just did oil change in a truck again. You realize to put 11 gallons in my truck, Steve's like $200 now? It's literally like $80-some for a 5-gallon pail.
Like everything else, prices are going up.
Oh, yeah. But my point is, you're starting to run into issues where some things are getting to be hard to find. And that's kind of, let's just say, remember they've been saying the new term was the new normal? Well, that's the new normal. Even my mother in Jersey has been telling me, she goes, you go to a grocery store, And it's like the shelves aren't bare. It's like you're going to go to the store and find nothing to buy to eat. But you're going to see like this is out for a bit, and that's out for a bit, and then it'll come back and something else be missing. I was like, I never seen nothing like it. I go, wait till between 20 to 10% of the workforce quits, and the drivers ain't. You're going to lose a good amount of truck drivers, people in the stores. Here's another funny story, Steve. I know a guy that got called in to have to take a random drug test for his company, right?
Uh-huh.
Because that's a requirement. So you call him down to the clinic, make an appointment. Oh, yeah, we can get to you in 7 days. How's that for a random? 7 day lead time. Oh, because the clinic, they fired everybody that didn't take a vaccine, so now they don't have enough people to do the drug tests and all the occupational health and all the other crap they got to do, right? So it's already started. So once you start having issues where people are going to just say, you know what, I'm not going to take the shot. I'm just going to move to a different location, change jobs, or I'll just quit. What are you going to do? You're already shorthanded. I remember the first time, it was probably a month or two ago, I guess one of the first ones you were talking about on your show was Tyson Foods was saying you're going to have to be vaccinated by X amount of date, right?
Mm-hmm.
You remember that? It was like maybe a month or two ago?
Yep.
And I remember sitting in my truck and thinking, wait a minute, you're screaming you can't get enough drivers to drive for you now. You realize if you tell your drivers that and they say, you know what, piss off, I'm not doing it? What are you going to do when half your workforce walks off?
This is going to be the unintended consequences. For the last year and a half, we've listened to the authorities moaning and bitching about not wanting. We don't want to overwhelm our hospitals. We've got to, we got to, we're reaching capacity. Now, hundreds of hospital workers and doctors are beginning to be released because they won't take the vaccine. They're just compounding the problem.
Right, it's the same thing with the trucking industry. We were the heroes. Remember the song "It Didn't Fall from the Sky"? Remember that? Mm-hmm. Now we're the villain. Same thing with the nurses and everybody in the healthcare industry. Y'all were the heroes, and now we're all the zeros. I feel like that meme. I forget what that dude's name was, where it says "first time." That's kind of how it feels now. But I get it. It doesn't affect me this time. But it affects a lot of other people that I know. My answer's been for a long time, with the whole civil disobedience thing. Okay? First of all, I don't want to hear a single cop get on the radio and say anything about blocking traffic when I watch BLM do that crap and they didn't do a damn thing about it. So I don't want to hear it no more. Okay? So, as far as that goes. Number one. Number two, we were the heroes, now we're the zeros. Civil disobedience is going to have to be something that's going to have to start happening when it comes to this stuff. You don't like the state you're living in because these mandates. I'll give you an example, like New York, California. You know what Larry Elder lost? His voters moved away. That state's lost. New York, same thing. Well, I heard something on the news today. What's this about the National Guard having to cover for the hospitals? Because they're expected Monday night to have to be firing a whole boatload of people working in the hospitals.
Exactly. Yes. Yep.
Right. So, there's a point where people are just going to have to start standing up and tell them, you know what, I'm not going to say that I'm not I'm not necessarily going to get involved and be like, okay, I'm going to start something, right? But my answer is this. I'll do what I got to do on my end, okay? You tell me I can't, I said to a place I delivered a piece of freight to last week. I go, okay, you could have done, let's say you told me, well, if you're going to deliver here, you're going to have to be vaccinated. I'm like, okay, come get your equipment off the damned road then. I won't come on your property. But you want your crap, you're going to have to come and get it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to hassle me over a shot over 50 feet while I'm out on the street or backed up to your load dock, no problem. Come get it on the road. Hell, that crap's on wheels. I'll shove it off the back of the trailer. I don't care. You'll get it one way or the other. Or you could pay me to haul it all the way back where I came from. You get the idea. You pull that crap on me, I'll just tell you to keep your freight sticking. It don't pay that good anyway. There's a point where we have to start standing up and saying no. And in this particular case, it's not just the truck drivers. It's anybody that's got a damn job that doesn't want to be a guinea pig to take a shot especially somebody like myself who already has had the damn COVID, got the damn antibodies, and I don't feel like losing it because you want to use me as a guinea pig to take a damn shot that I don't need. That wouldn't do me any good anyway. In fact, it would do nothing other than hurt. Because I'll give you another example. I know a few people that have COVID, and I know a few people that have had COVID and been vaccinated after the fact. And guess what? I don't know a single person. Now, this is me. I don't care what doctor says what. I'm not a doctor. I'm just telling you what I see. I'm just telling you based on people I know. Anybody that had COVID that I know of and got vaccinated after the fact got it again.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody I know that had it and did not get vaccinated, including myself, including my son, including my girlfriend, never caught it again. But everybody I know that did catch it and got vaccinated, they got a damn breakthrough case too. Now that's just what I see. I don't care what no doctor tells me.
Right. And
I see what
there is
other people happen.
There is research. You're not going to see it on CNN or MSNBC, or you're not going to hear it from Dr. Fauci. There are researchers saying once you get the vaccine, it's possibly likely that you are more inclined to come down with it, but it won't be as bad. You know, that's always the kicker. You're going to catch it, but it's not going to be a severe case. You're not going to be hospitalized or die.
Right. Well, that's the thing. You know what? I've been through that already. What I worry about at this point now, and I'll tell you straight up, when they're talking about people having these, I don't know what the technical term is, when they're having these heart inflammations and heart issues, right?
Mm-hmm.
At my age, I think I'm more at risk of having a serious problem with what a vaccine could do to my heart at 44 years old than something I already survived and ate. I mean, dude, I've had flus worse than it. I currently have a damn cold that's taking longer to get rid of than the COVID was when I had it. I'm more worried about the vaccine causing me trouble than what COVID did to me. So why would I risk that? And what are they going to do? If something happens to my ticker and I go down, oh, that's right, they're immune from any lawsuits. So who's going to drive this truck and feed the family? Nobody. I guess they go on welfare. Oh, I don't think they would be able to get. You get the point, though.
Absolutely.
They're going to tell me what I have to do, but they're not going to back it. You know, they're not going to stand behind me and make sure my family's taken care of. Should I wind up with a damn heart attack because of a heart inflammation due to a stupid shot to protect me from something I already friggin' had that is no use? That's ridiculous. So back to my original point. Everybody's in the same boat. It's not just trucking. So when you got a nurse that quits, maybe because you don't want to take the shot or whatever, maybe you figure out how to stand behind her, help her out a little bit if you have the ability to. Anybody, doesn't matter what kind of job it is, when they start doing all that nonsense. Same with us. But I don't want to hear this nonsense. You know, I watch 2020. I watch a lot of roads get blocked off. They prosecuted a truck driver for driving on a street in Minneapolis. Remember him, the tanker driver?
Yeah, right.
He was driving on a street. I don't want to hear no damn cop saying, well, we'll take you out of your truck. Okay, good. There ain't be nobody in the damn truck. Have fun. Give me that crap. I watch BLM shut down roads, threaten people, beat them up, hurt them. You see it on the news, people shot and killed in the streets. And he didn't do a damn thing about it. And now people are going to stand up and try to take their freedoms back, and you're going to bunch of damn damn tyrants with badges anymore.
It's a different narrative, though. Yeah, you are correct, and I want to know how many of those BLM and Antifa or whoever the hell it was that were blocking streets, how many of them are in jail right now versus some individuals who just got caught up in the fray in Washington, D.C. on January the 6th and wandered into the damn Capitol building with a bunch of other people, and now they're sitting in jail.
Oh, yeah, now the footage got released. What was going on in there? They were filling around. They weren't burning it down, the whole No, the only one and that's the thing, too. I heard it talked about last week, too. That Capitol Police Department, let me tell you, I do not understand how in the hell one police department can be that damn corrupt. I mean, are you kidding me? They staged it. You've seen the video with the police moving the barriers.
Correct.
And telling them Come on in.
Kind of like welcome. That's welcoming them in. Yeah, moving the barricades back. Yep. Hey, cue ball, I got to get a timeout. Well, there's someone that's kind of on board. And, to some extent, I hadn't thought of it along that line. Yes, anytime you have a trucking protest, if it's related to trucking, it pisses people off. People want to get to work tomorrow morning. They don't want to be stuck in miles-long backups. But there's a lot of people that aren't going to be going to work, if not later this morning, maybe Tuesday morning, because their jobs are going to be ending at the midnight hour Monday night. In the case out of New York right there, hundreds and hundreds of medical workers are about to reach the jet deadline, the midnight hour Monday, or you're out of a job. The unintended consequences is about to snowball, people. All right, we'll get back with more on that. First, a 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I guess there's no other way to describe it but the unintended consequences. Yeah, am I right or wrong that for the last year and a half they've talked about we don't want to overwhelm our hospitals. The doctors and the nurses are already stretched to the limits, working 12-hour shifts. We've got Chris, the night shift nurse, that's been doing that, working 4 12s in a row. And, just stretched. Well, here we are, Monday. Deadline is looming at the midnight, less than 24 hours from now. In Buffalo, New York, the Erie County Medical Center plans to suspend inpatient surgeries, elective inpatient surgeries. They will no longer take intensive care patients from other hospitals because they're about to fire 400 employees because they didn't get the shot. This is healthcare workers. Officials at Northwell Health, New York's largest provider, estimate they might have to fire thousands of people who have refused the vaccine. Now, they say the numbers here, there are potentially tens of thousands of people are estimated not to have got a shot despite being threatened with losing their jobs. The holdouts, somewhat like cue ball, say they fear potential side effects from the vaccine. Many say, I have natural immunity. Or there are those who say, this mandate violates my personal freedom of choice. New York's Governor Kathy Hochul said late last week, the Monday deadline is firm. They're developing emergency plans to cover for those who get laid off. going so far as to look into recruiting temporary workers from the Philippines or Ireland. This is New York. See, the governor says what is looming today, Monday, is completely avoidable. There's no excuse. Just get the shot. In New York City, healthcare workers are not the only ones facing an imminent deadline to be vaccinated or face termination. A requirement that virtually everyone working in the public schools, that's well over 150,000 people, have to be vaccinated by Monday night at midnight. Mayor de Blasio's administration has been temporarily blocked from enforcing the mandate for nearly all adults in the public school buildings after a federal appeals court granted a temporary injunction on Friday. City officials say they expect the mandate will ultimately be upheld. But that issue probably will not be resolved before the midnight hour tonight. Okay, so 90% of the educators and 80% of the support staff have had at least one shot, but thousands of workers have not. We could be looking at staff shortages in our schools. Like I said, the unintended consequences. Are they really thinking about it? Are they thinking it through? Same scenario will ultimately unfold where thousands of truck drivers will not be moving the freight. And there's already the problem with having trouble getting the freight from point A to point B. All right, Grump got you coming up here following our top of the hour news update. I think Eagle's on the line. We'll get to is that Big Sexy? Big truck driver? I think it's Big Sexy. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A 14-member NTSB team of investigators has arrived at the site of Saturday's deadly Amtrak derailment in a remote part of northern Montana. It killed 3 people. Dozens of other passengers were hurt. 5 people injured, still hospitalized. And again, that investigative team showed up a few hours ago. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says she is backing the boosters for those who work in high-risk environments because millions of Americans are not vaccinated, and those frontline workers need to be protected.
That includes people in homeless shelters, people in group homes, people in prisons.
Democrats have been saying that Republicans just simply did not want police reform, and that's why it's failed for now on Capitol Hill. But Republican Senator Tim Scott says the push for police reform failed because Democrats were fighting to actually defund the police. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot Vpn. Patriot VpN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
A funeral was held for 22-year-old Gabby Petito on New York's Long Island today. She's the woman who disappeared and was later found dead after going on a trip across country with her fiancé, Brian Laundrie. Meanwhile, search crews from more than a dozen agencies have been back in a swampland in South Florida looking for Laundrie, who's still on the run.
Agencies are issuing search warrants for data, whether it be social media or some other
investigative means.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott says orders he issued are the only thing stopping illegal immigration in his state. He spoke on Fox News Sunday. The Republican governor saying the Biden administration has left Texas with no choice, even though immigration is usually handled on the federal level. He says the Haitian migrants wouldn't have been in the situation they were in if the administration was upholding immigration laws. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
At the Whistling Straits Golf Club in Sheboygan, Wisconsin on Sunday.
Ryder Cup, congratulations to the United States of America.
Combining for 19 points to claim their 27th Ryder Cup title in the history of that tournament, the first time since the 1979 to 1983 Ryder Cups that the Americans have won back-to-back cups on home soil. Police in Scottsdale, Arizona say Michael Jordan's son was arrested over the weekend on aggravated assault charges. The 32-year-old Jeffrey Jordan reportedly slipped and hit his head at a restaurant, Casa Amigos, on Friday night. TMZ reports he then became combative with security. He was apparently confused and disoriented after the fall. Jordan was then taken to a hospital because of the head injury, where he's then been accused of assaulting hospital staffers. Later arrested, but then later released from the Scottsdale City Jail. He's not officially been charged, but he has been booked on one count of aggravated assault. Notre Dame's 41-13 defeat of Wisconsin propels head coach Brian Kelly into the history books, as that Saturday win at Chicago Soldier Field is Kelly's 106th. That surpasses Knute Rockne's record of 105 wins in the 1930s. In that Saturday game, Wisconsin was leading until Notre Dame scored 31 unanswered points. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, jump right back into it here on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Closing out the final weekend in the month of September. Yeah, next weekend. First weekend for October. Hello to Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia this morning. Made it home where it's 69 degrees. Got to be greeted by my fur baby, who's doing much better. Still a little shaky and has some healing yet to do, but going to deliver my 2 shipments from California tomorrow and maybe a PM on the truck. Talking to my friends that own a trucking company here, and they told me that when the leases on a couple of the trailers they have ended, they talked to the leasing company about renewing the leases, and they were told the price was doubled. Also, that prices to lease new ones was 4 times what they usually paid. When they asked me about buying new ones with lift gates, they were told it would be 18 months minimum 20% down and no confirmed final purchase price due to increases in material costs. This is just crazy. Have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. That is mind-boggling. I guess so the problems are just going to continue to get worse. All right, let's see here. Hello to Dean, checking in. Sylvester, a.k.a. Sylvester, 64 degrees. Beautiful here in Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia. We are also having major supply disruptions here as well. Hello to JS. Morning, Steve. 58 degrees here in Seattle, or Steele, North Dakota. Headed to Seattle. Be safe out there, everyone. Hello to the Jolly Green Giant. Morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. Good to have you with us, Jolly Green. Have a good morning. All right, Grump is on the line. What do you say, Grump? Happy Monday.
Well, happy Monday, buddy. You know, this is, I wasn't aware of this shutdown thing here coming up, but I look at this, man. I've had the Johnson & Johnson shot, but if somebody would have come down to me and said, we're going to mandate that you get it, I'd have told them to kiss my ass. So, I've spent much of my life in the military defending, this country and upholding the Constitution. And they're not going to trample on my rights. That was my right. That was my decision. If I wanted to do it, that's fine. People make right decisions. They make wrong decisions all the damn time. But it's their decision to make. And we got this wrinkly old idiot in the damn White House right now that, he's about lucid, I'd say 10% of the damn time. And then the rest of the time, he's got somebody pulling his strings. But they're idiots, number one, because all these people that they say they're going to fire, in trucking, to disrupt interstate commerce. That right there is a violation of the interstate commerce laws. What are they going to do? Replace them with more visa workers? I mean, hell, they're already doing that. Take a good look at all these idiots that are coming across the border right now. They're looking for jobs. What is the number one job that they, have you ever driven a truck? Can't speak a word of damn English, but yeah, I've driven a truck. So what are they going to do? Stick a CDL in their pocket and send them out here hauling freight? I just had two morons here in Indiana just a little bit ago turned into a damn ditch, with a trailer. And, trying to turn in the driveway. They cut it real short. I was behind them. I thought the freaking trailer was going to turn over. But they nailed it, pulled it on through the damn ditch, knocked down a sign and all that, pulled around to the truck stop, on around to the fuel island. They're sitting out there looking at it and stuff like that. Neither one of them could speak a lick of English. One of them looked like Gandhi. I mean, he was that damn old. And I'm sitting here thinking, my God, what the hell are they doing? They just importing, they looking in nursing home now for old coots that, in faraway lands that looking for a little extra income. This country, Steve, I've always said this country's bigger than one person, one president or one Congress, that we're always going to survive. But the more I look at what's going on in this country with all the health care, they're not even blinking about this. They're like, well, you don't take the shot, bye, But if you look at it, it's more in a lot of these. I know it's in a lot of the blue states, but there's a lot of red states doing the same damn thing. They got people saying the same thing. That what is it about this? I mean, it's hard to wrap your mind around. I mean, there is not, when you have a vaccine that they say is about 68% effective on relieving the symptoms of a virus, what the hell is it? Hell, I can take a Sucret for a sore throat. That's about 68%, that's going to relieve the symptoms of a sore throat. But, big damn deal. When it's gone, it's gone. You got to get another one. I mean, what the hell are they talking about? Like I said, I got it because I thought it was right for me.
Sure.
But if Joe Biden or anybody else would have stepped up and said, hey, you have to get this, I'd have gave that old son of a bitch the finger and said, no, I don't. You know, and as long as I'm holding the steering wheel in my hand, it's my truck, you can still kiss my butt. You know, I'm going to haul freight and that kind of, I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. They want to bust up the supply chain, and it's no more than this ideological bunch of crap that these Democrats are trying to put down your throat. You know, government knows best. You have to listen to government. Well, whatever happened to we the freaking people? You know, I mean, where does that come into play? But you got so many of these damn people out here right now. I mean, they're still doing all these Karens that are in the truck stops or in the restaurants saying, why don't you wear a mask? You know, I have reached my limit with people. Man, I'm telling you right now, you know, it's just crazy. And if one more person beats on my damn door in a truck stop and say, hey, you got any extra cash? You could, you know, we're kind of short. I'm going to knock that some gun out, man. I am sick and tired of it. I mean, everywhere you look, there's a help wanted sign. But yet, we're cultivating this group of people that is a bunch of damn lazies that don't want to do anything. They want you to walk up to them and handle. You know, I seen a hitchhiker there the other day holding up a sign. Don't have COVID, need a ride. But he's laying down on his bag. And I thought, you know, we don't have COVID, need a ride. You know, the only thing I don't like is I'd probably pull my back out trying to carry that lazy son of a bitch over to the truck. Because he's laying there like, you know, waiting on somebody, holding a sign up like, you know, hey, this is my job and I'm wore out. You know, man, I'll tell you what. And the other day, you know, in my town, there's a guy that stands out there by Walmart every day. Anything helps, anything helps, anything helps. As healthy as a horse. I was over getting a price on some tires for my pickup truck. And they got a big sign there that said they'll help on it. I said, give me one of them applications. He said, you thinking about going to work here? Or are you thinking about doing it? I said, no, I'm going to give it that son bitch across the street. So I grabbed the application. And I said, anything helps, huh? When I pulled up there, he said, yes, sir, anything helps. And I said, here's an application, fill it out. And by God, you won't be standing here like a dumbass holding that sign up any longer. You know, it's just the people. It is the people that, you know, that this government or this nanny state that they're cultivating that just says, hey, you know, whatever you want to do, you know, you don't have to do. You know, I mean, you don't have to earn a living for yourself. You don't have to worry about your family. You know, if you want to be gender neutral, then hell, that's just hunky-dory with us. You can be anything you want to be, except productive. What the hell happened to people that had enough scruples that they get off their damn butts and earn a living for themselves? It's coming down to the point. You know, I take my hat off to my son. You know, he had people around him at a store. He's a floor manager at a store that you know, he worked in he was a meat cutter, and then they got rid of all the meat cutters, and they, you know, hired him as a floor manager back. So he's there doing that. But all through this COVID stuff, they said, you want to lay off? You know, we can lay you off. Nope, I want to work. You know, he said, number one, my dad don't, you know, put up with that. And he's, you know, my boy's 28 years old. But no, hell, I wouldn't have put up with a second of that. So no, if you are able-bodied, you get your butt out and work. You know, well, hell, everybody was essential workers that was slugging it out through this crap. You know, you guys is number one. You're out here doing this, doing that. Hell, I sat in a truck in a rest area. Guy come bringing some cookies over. Some old man, old woman, you know, here's all we can help, you know, for you essential workers. You know, and now what they want to do, they want to bring a bag of dog crap to you and say, here, you know, if you ain't got the vaccine, we don't want you anymore. A vaccine that is 68% effective on symptoms. It makes absolutely no sense. If they was to say, hey, it's 100% effective on not getting it, you know, I can understand people going, well, I really don't want this crap. Well, I had it. Hell, I'm 61 years old. You know, I had it, and it lasted all of 3 days. You know, 2 days of it was me wondering what the hell I had. You know, the last day, I felt fine. You know, I never really had a fever or anything like that. I had a little bit of chest stuff going on, but that ended after, you know, but it's ridiculous that so many people, Steve, have had this damn disease, you know, or so-called disease, and didn't even know it. You know, if they knew it affected old people, if they knew it affected the sick the way they are, then why in the hell they have a nationwide shutdown? Because, number one, they didn't know a damn thing about it. They were just, it was always a shot in the dark. Don't wear a mask, social distance.
Yep.
Well, you ain't got to worry about it. You can go to your parties. Nope, you can't do that anymore. Government is a bunch of dumbasses. I mean, whatever they throw up against the wall this week's what sticks. And there's a reason why Joe Biden won't answer any questions. Number one, he's an idiot. He ain't got any answers. Number two, if he had the damn answers, he's a Democrat and he'd lie about them. So it's, it just blows my mind right now how you got people that are saying hospitals and medical facilities, major medical facilities, saying, we're going to lay off 400 workers. We're getting rid of them. We're going to bring people in from other countries. Hell, that's what they want to do here. Take a good look at the trucking industry. It is packed full of visa workers. Why? Because, by God, truck drivers are sick and tired of this, give us 5 weeks, 6 weeks out on the road. We'll give you 3 days off with your family. The same people that are saying that is home every damn night. So let's bring in these foreign workers that's here for 179 days under a H-2 visa. They're here for 179 days, then they'll send their butt home, and then, they'll be home for a little while, and they bring them back. What do they do for 179 days? They live in their freaking truck. And that's what they do. They don't have a home. Come over here and work. You'll make more money than you'll make in 10 years wherever you're living. This kind of garbage. Well, this is the crap that we've been putting up with forever and ever. But do I think that we're going to have any kind of amount of people that are going to be out here shutting the roads down and stuff like that? Number one, it's idiotic. Start with your congressman. Hell, you claim you vote for that idiot. Tell him to get off his sorry ass and do a little work for you. That's just the way it is. Why get out here and shut down people or block off roads that when people are trying to get to work or for whatever reason, you're just making a damn bad name for yourself, number one. I never was a fan of shutdowns. I believe in calling that guy that's in the damn house, in the Senate, and saying, look, fool, what the hell are you doing for me? This is what's going on here. That's why they're there. It's called an election. You elect those people to office. They're not placed there. It's just, I don't know, man. I tell you, it just burns me up anymore that so many people are just, the first knee-jerk reactions, well, let's go out here and block the roads. What good does that do? Nothing. I guarantee you'll have people calling you tonight saying, well, he's wrong. It's to make yourself notice. Notice to who? The public? The people that are trying to get to work, it's going to be negative. It's always going to be negative. Now, if you want to call that idiot up that you got in office in there and say, look, dude, I'm going to not vote for you. I'm going to run your damn name into the dirt. If anybody else runs against you that looks at me and says, hey, I want to help you, then by God, that's the person I'm going to vote for. But we got so many homesteaders in that in the House and the Senate that's been in there for decades after decades. It's no longer about you, or me. It's about the power they possess. It's about what kind of money they can make when they get out of that damn thing. So it's you just take a look at AOC, that little dingbat. You got to stop and wonder what the hell was the mentality of somebody voting for that clown. And I know somebody's going to say, well, hey, that's sexist. Good. If that's what you think, that's what you think. To me, she's a dumbass. So you can think whatever you want of me. I could give her a rat's ass less, but it's this country, like I say, it's worth fighting for. This is the last frontier of freedom. And these guys are pissing it away by just allowing this nanny state to take over. I don't know, buddy. I tell you what, man, it burns my damn, just get my hackles up about something. But here lately, when you see people that they had a great deal of respect for, essential workers, police officers that wanted to stand their ground and stuff like that, and you got these idiots like BLM, and other clowns that was out here ranting and raving, Antifa. You got Democrats that are supporting them saying, well, that's their right to protest. But yet we're going to arrest you, if you get out here and open your mouth about something.
Hell, Kamala Harris actually, she was advocating for the fund to post bail for the damn rioters last summer. Summer of 2020, recall? The fund to get them out of jail. Hey, we got to get a quick time out here, but there's your Monday rant from the Grump. Now, as far as would shutting things down do any good? I mean, it worked in Australia. Within a 2-day time frame, the government said, all right. I mean, things were everything pretty much came to a screeching halt. I don't see that there would be enough participation in this country. Way too big. You'd need massive participation. And with the mere measly numbers of individuals that even know about it, I don't see it doing any good. We've seen these scenarios numerous times over the years for varying reasons, but just my 2 cents worth for what it is worth. About 2 cents, right? Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Real quick, let me get back to this whole supply chain thing. Talking about the massive container ships waiting. We've been talking for weeks and weeks. Ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. It's all over the country, from Southern California to Savannah, Georgia. It helps to keep tab on the congestion that's building at another key junction of freight transportation, which is the rail yards, they tell us now. The so-called dwell time for containers at 11 major railroad depots reached an average of 9.8 days this month. Yeah, that's up from 6.7 days in May, 5.9 in February. Leading the pack is Los Angeles, where containers wait an average of almost 16 days before being picked up. The delays are also surging in Charleston, South Carolina, and in Detroit. The numbers show some improvements in Long Beach, California, and Kansas City. But in their emailed note last week, port officials are extending operating hours to nights and weekends to try and ease the pileups in the intermodal lots, jammed with both full and empty containers as well. The delays through the ports of LA and Long Beach in particular, it said, are expected to continue for the rest of the year. On top of the strong demand for imports, a big part of the problem is the shortage of truck drivers. There you go. To collect and drop off the 20 and 40-foot steel boxes. As executives of packaged good giant General Mills pointed out during an earnings call, he said, so we have literally hundreds of disruptions in our supply chain, and it really changes on a daily and weekly basis. The bulk of our discussions right now with retailers are really around service and making sure that we can ship the product that our consumers are ultimately looking for. Now, they're already telling us school year just started, right? Halloween's on the horizon. Thanksgiving plans are still up in the air, right? I mean, your hands are full. Still, you better consider ordering your year-end gifts now if they're an important part of your holidays. Gifts that you purchase on Black Friday may not have enough time to arrive by Christmas a month later, let alone Hanukkah, which this year sees the first candle lit on the Sunday after Thanksgiving. Any product you order online could take longer than usual for delivery. Global shortages of microprocessors, magnets, plastic have slowed production to a crawl. When products are available, shipping has choked due to a combination of heightened demand, COVID-related port shutdowns, storm-created chaos. Talking about the cargo ships awaiting unloading at the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. A record. Tennis balls, couches, even pickles have been affected, they say. The takeaway, it is impossible to know whether a specific laptop, sound system, or a pair of jeans will be in stock ahead of the holidays. If there's something you need or want, the risk of not having it in time for the holidays is likely. They're advising people shop ahead, if possible. Obviously, holiday shopping rushes is not something new. Yeah, the sales season has increasingly started earlier in the year. Yeah, Black Friday, the day following Thanksgiving, now marks the generally accepted beginning of the shopping season. But sales online are starting earlier. Shopping for the holidays has driven roughly 1/5 of annual sales in recent years, according to the National Retail Federation, which said U.S. retail sales totaled more than $787 billion in November and December of last year. Online spending accounted for more than 26% of that figure. But even ordering on Black Friday, no guarantee it'll be there. All right, back to your calls after a quick news break here, bottom of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A 14-member NTSB team of investigators has arrived at the site of Saturday's deadly Amtrak derailment in a remote part of northern Montana. It killed 3 people. Dozens of other passengers were hurt. Amtrak says it welcomes that NTSB crew, which has arrived a short time ago. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says she is backing the boosters for those who work in high-risk environments because millions of Americans are not vaccinated. and those frontline workers need to be protected.
That includes people in homeless shelters, people in group homes, people in prisons.
Democrats have been saying that Republicans just simply did not want police reform, and that's why it's failed for now on Capitol Hill. But Republican Senator Tim Scott says the push for police reform failed because Democrats were fighting to actually defund the police. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, real quick, right back to the supply chain disruptions and the holiday shopping season. It kind of referred back to the comedy film that Arnold Schwarzenegger played. You remember Jingle All the Way back in '96? And that was all about the Turbo Man, the doll that nobody could find on the shelves, but every kid wanted, right? Now, they say a single toy hasn't really dominated holiday sales so much in recent years, but an Elmo equivalent, if one emerges, it's going to be harder to get than usual this time around. It may be more expensive because toy makers can recover the higher cost of shipping with full price sales of high demand toys around the holidays. And the delays will not be limited to toys. Anything computerized, anything magnetic, anything made of plastic. Think electronics, appliances, home goods. Could be hard to get, they say. Microchips power everything that runs software, including cars, obviously. That's when manufacturers are struggling to produce computers, phones, tablets, sales of which all soared during the pandemic. Since chips are in so many different items, the shortage is weighing on products outside of home electronics. Of course, as we know, Ford temporarily shutting down some manufacturing of their best-selling vehicle in the country, the F-150. Magnets, which are used in products ranging from toys to electronics, have also been in short supply. SDM Magnetics, a manufacturer, recently told customers that China has tightened regulations on the mining of rare earth minerals that are used in magnets. That's prompted some middleman to hold on to their supplies, leading to fewer and more expensive magnets for sale. It's been the full chain of events sparked by the early pandemic shutdowns that also created a shortage of one of modern society's most common materials, aka plastic. That means backlogs for cars, RVs, siding for homes, PVC piping, disposable restaurant supplies like plastic cups. One supply chain expert wrote in the Harvard Business Review that storms exacerbated the shortage by shutting down Texas and Louisiana oil producers that produce the chemicals used in manufacturing plastic. You realize all these plastics, by the way, plastic and so many other items, are all based on fossil fuels. You know, that one thing that I should say Joe Biden on the first day of his administration cut back on our own domestic production of. You've got to have the fossil fuels for it. It's so much more than what's going into the gas tank in the automobile. The need is going to continue to be there, even as you move to more electric vehicles. With that, let's get back to the calls here. What's going on with Chevy Guy? Happy Monday, Chevy Guy.
Well, he's having a time of his life, man. Just back in a W900, there ain't no traffic, just riding along. Before I get into what I called about, I seen something amazing tonight. I don't watch football. I don't watch professional football. I watch Army-Navy game. That's it. I poured a cup of coffee, sat down, waited. It was, 15 minutes to the end of the hour, or, to the half.
Mm-hmm.
And I hoped the news would come on. San Francisco and Green Bay were playing. They were tied. They were just sitting there tied. And all of a sudden, Green Bay was holding back San Francisco, but they punted, or, the kicker put them ahead. Now they're down about 4 minutes. All right, 4 minutes. They get the ball. Green Bay gets the ball. They do two amazing passes one is caught by the receiver with a San Francisco 49ers arm in between his hands, grabs the ball, holds it, and they both hit the ground. They move it down, they move the ball down the field to like 55 yards. And Green Bay kicks the ball. It's San Francisco 38 or 28, Green Bay 30. These guys acted like high school students, man, or high schoolers. I mean, that you couldn't help but get excited. I don't have a dog in the hunt, but I really enjoyed seeing that. That was a battle of the kickers right there. So that was something to see. As for me, you shut down the highways around Charleston, I can hit the 2 lanes. I can run a 2-lane clear out of Charleston. But I'm working for an employer. I asked them, I said, do we have 100 employees? And the secretary comes out and looks at me and says, listen, I don't care if we have 101. 2 of you suckers are going to get fired. So she goes, no, we barely have 50. But she goes, hey, we ain't doing that. I do feel secure in South Carolina. And I hope I ain't, falsely secure. But this does seem to be even with the mess we got, like Lindsey Graham. And by the way, Tim Scott, don't worry about police reform. Who cares? Nobody's paying attention. You lost your colleague 3-4 days ago. You should have been up there and saying, right now, they're chasing down Haitians and hauling them off. He should have been up there saying, you Jim Crow Democrats, the Biden administration, can't help being who they are, Jim Crow Democrats. They let light brown people in, but the dark brown people, they ship out of here like cattle. So, he missed his calling. I mean, you got to act like Democrats to beat Democrats. I'm sorry, but Donald Trump proved that. So, other than that, buddy, I'll tell you what, I'm going to take care of my employer. I'm going to do my best for him. If he says roll, we're going to roll. But I can avoid any kind of shutdowns. I don't see it doing anything but making people mad at us. And I don't. And as for the shortages, I've noticed a little bit in Walmart here in our area. It's from time to time, but the meat shelves are full. I do notice the prices are high. I did notice that, they're overstocked on your paper towels, toilet paper. They got them out in the aisles, but the prices of a case of toilet paper in paper towels about $4 more. So, hey, go ahead and stock up on the stuff, boys. Keep me busy. All right, bud. We're gonna sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show. How about it?
Thank you much, Chevy Guy. Good to have you with us. I heard that being discussed. I think it was on Fox News over the weekend. And I think Dan Bongino was one of the guests on whoever was host. And he was kind of alluding to, Costco is being genius. When you come out and say you're going to start rationing. And, of course, the latest information says prices are going to continue to rise, right? That was the word that came out in the last several weeks. Kroger said they anticipate prices going up another 2 to 3% by the end of the year. So first of all, prices are going up. So you're going to run out and you're going to buy more now because prices are going to be higher. And then they come out and then they announce, okay, we're going to start limiting the quantities that you can purchase. And that just incentivizes that many more people to run out and stock up. Prices are going up. There's going to be a limited supply. Can't run out of toilet paper, right? So I guess, that's just really just kind of putting their sales off the charts. All right, we'll get a quick 2-minute timeout here and come back with more of your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, did anybody get down to the Guilty by Association truck show over the weekend? Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And we were talking last week. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's Director of Enforcement and Compliance was there for a little, I guess you'd call it like a little town hall meeting to answer questions and providing some clarity, they tell us, on everything from positive drug tests to hours of service during that town hall last Friday. Joe DeLorenzo joined OOIDA's President Todd Spencer and Colin Long, the Director of Government Affairs, during a 2-hour panel discussion there at the truck show. DeLorenzo outlined some of the most common infractions that he's encountered and actually took questions from the truck drivers who were in attendance there. The goal is to have everyone as compliant as possible, he said, making the roadside inspections go as quickly as possible to avoid some of those things. Now, he warned the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse, marijuana is still prohibited for truck drivers, even though many states have legalized the substance. In addition, he urged drivers to use caution before purchasing any CBD products. Be really careful if you choose to use any of those products. He said, I get a lot of phone calls and a lot of drivers ending up positive because they're buying some sort of CBD oil at a truck stop. And they're not really doing the research, and it ends up driving a marijuana positive. I am seeing that as a trend, he says. On the topic of ELDs for truck drivers required to use them, he stressed the importance of having the proper documentation ready when you're stopped for an inspection. The first thing the roadside officer is going to do is start talking to you about data transfer. And if you have the user manual, make sure that you do. If you don't, ask your ELD provider to give them to you. If not, it's going to end up taking a lot more time. At least have some familiarity with how to do that electronic transfer, because the roadside officer is going to ask you for that. And if you do have that quick and easy, it's going to make the process a whole lot quicker. In regards to the hours of service, making annotations to either an ELD or a paper log is also beneficial to the driver, he said, whether it's because of personal conveyance or an adverse driving condition. He said drivers should add a note and provide the important details to explain any anomalies in the day. Many annotations when it's not a normal day. Make those annotations. As a roadside officer or enforcement people, we're trained to look for anomalies and things that just don't look right. And a lot of times there may be something in your log that doesn't look right, but there's a reasonable explanation for it. Maybe it was an adverse weather condition, so you drove more that day. Whatever the case may be, put a little note in there that explains what happened and why. Of course, OOIDA invited De Lorenzo to the town hall to answer truckers' questions on various regulations. Spencer said it's important for the drivers to inform the agency what's happening on the road if we're going to improve highway safety. Hey, there you go. So a little town hall meeting. I'm not sure what kind of attendance they had there for that. But meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here, and Eagle's hanging in there. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, can you hear me?
How was your weekend, Eagle? Yeah, we got you loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, it was pretty good. I'm getting ready to roll out of Texas tomorrow morning. I'm at home right now. But you know something, Steve? After your show on Thursday, on Friday, got some unwelcome guests that turned up in Texas. I call them the, what is it? I forgot what this guy calls these two losers, Maxine Waters and good old, you ain't gonna believe who the other guy had the nerve, Steve. I can't believe, I thought this guy, he'd been quiet for the last couple of months. You know, I almost didn't want to mention his name because he hadn't really been doing much. But guess who showed up? Oh, good old Al Sharpton showed up in Texas, Steve, on Friday after he had the nerve to try to turn this horseback issue into a racial deal, the same as Maxine Waters. Good old Al Sharpton had the nerve to show up in Texas. Guy ain't stepped foot in Texas. He ain't been in Texas in how long, but anytime he got some controversy, he ain't worried about no border being open. Al Sharpton, people, hundreds of thousands of people coming in. But what is he worried about, Steve? He worried about a fake photograph of a Border Patrol agent on a horse that's supposedly whipping somebody, which is nothing but a lie. And Al Sharpton, every time this guy shows up, it just makes himself look stupid because he's done the same deal with the police when they said the hands up, don't shoot, and all this other garbage, and it turned out to be nothing but a lie. So Al Sharpton, like I say, but I don't know if you heard this deal, though, Steve. Al Sharpton barely got even a word out of his mouth because there was somebody that was over-talking that guy on purpose. And you couldn't even understand what Al Sharpton was saying. So his little trip that he took down to Texas was a waste of time, just like he's a waste of time. And but here's the only bad thing about it, Steve. And Joe Biden, like I say, he showed once again that he's a coward, and the people that work for him are cowards because they had the nerve to say that they are not going to have horses in the Border Patrol down in Texas, in this area, because of this fake propaganda that this losers tried to say. So now you got Border Patrol agents out of work and horses out of work. And he had the nerve to say, you never heard good old Joe Biden taking this type of tough stance with the Taliban and all these other people. he had the nerve to come on TV on Friday and say that these guys that you've seen in the video, they will be punished and they will be taken care of, and that we will not allow these people to do these type of things. He's not worried about all the other things that's happening with these people coming across. He's worried about a man on a horse. So it just goes to show you, Steve, that this guy is a phony. And Kamala, I told you on Thursday when I talked to you, she had the nerve to make a video telling people from Haiti or any other country not to come to the United States. Those people are looking at that video and laughing. They have no respect for her or Joe Biden. She's been in the White House 8 months, Steve, and I've told you this several times. I challenge anybody to call this radio show tonight and just name me one thing. I ain't asking you for 10 or 20 things she's done. I just asked her for one thing that she has accomplished in the 8 months she's been vice president. I want somebody to call me and let me know what she's accomplished, because from what I see, she ain't done nothing. But you know something, Steve? She had the nerve to show up on The View, though. She couldn't go to the border. She couldn't go down to the border in Texas, but she showed up on The View on Friday afternoon. She had plenty of time to do that. And I heard somebody say that she went to some other event. You know, if she couldn't do that, and like Grump said last week when he talked about Joe Biden, Steve, this border situation is one of the most important things we got going on in the U.S. And Joe Biden ain't nowhere to be found, ain't nowhere to be seen. Nowhere, 20,000 people living up under a bridge in Texas. And Joe Biden, he sends these other losers, these other puppets down to Texas. That other guy with the bald head, I don't know what his name is. He tries to take a tough stance like he's a tough guy. And I got bad news for all you people out there who think that they cleared that bridge out and they sent all them people back to Haiti. I hope you're not that dumb. Half of those people are in Texas right now and relocated all over the United States. Yep. If you think all 20,000 of them people in Haiti tonight, you better think again. What you think, Steve?
12,000 is the number that I heard that they actually released into the country. They sent several hundred back to Haiti, but the overwhelming majority, again, 12,000 is the number I heard them bannered around, released into the U.S. And guess what, Eagle? They did not even test them for COVID.
Nope. That's the reason why you keep hearing me say Joe Biden is a phony, because you know this, Steve. He keeps saying that he wants the American people, that we're failing. He made that same lousy comment again on Friday, that the unvaccinated people in America are the ones causing the problem. You're the reason why the virus is spread. Not that man from Haiti, Steve. Not that guy from El Salvador. Not that guy from Mexico that came into the country illegally. You're the American that's unvaccinated. You're the reason why it's spread. Not that undocumented individual that's coming into the country illegally. So that's why Joe Biden is a phony, and the people that work for him are phonies, because this whole thing is a joke. Like I said, they cleared that bridge out. You see how fast they can get something done when they want to get this stuff out of the news, Steve. And just like you said, it shows that these people are phony, Steve. They wouldn't even allow a drone. Joe Biden didn't want no photographs or no pictures of these people living up under that bridge. He told us that those drones were allowed to be flown. So this guy here, he knows that he's doing a lousy job on the border, and he don't want nobody to know about it, but I know about it, and I'm going to continue telling people the lousy job that he's doing, and until he gets the job done and get this situation cleaned up, which he won't do. So like I say, Steve, it just disappoints me. I just hope that the American people are not that stupid to think that Joe Biden sent them Haitian people back to Haiti, because I promise you right now, those people in the United States of America. And guess who's going to be taking care of them, Steve? You already know. Guess who's going to be taking care of all these Haitians that just entered into the country illegally? Me and you. So I guess we got a new member of the family. Now you got a new member of your family, because you're going to be taking care of them. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Yep. Hey, and you know, it is an amazing thing. They were showing the photos from last week, the videos of the thousands under the bridge, and they got it all cleared out. You know, last week they were telling us they said we're going to ship them back to Haiti. And they had a few flights, hundreds that went back. But yes, the overwhelming majority were rapidly post-haste released into the United States without even they didn't even have an immigration hearing date They were told to report to an immigration office at a later point in time. Now, how many of them will actually show up to do that? That's the same old, same old. So at least for the moment, we've got things cleared up. Crisis averted at the border. No, not true. Word just came out over the weekend from the leadership in Panama. Thousands of Haitians are passing through Panama, the Darien Gap, on the Colombian border, making their way to the United States, according to two Panamanian government sources. Thousands are on the way. Those thousands saw, hey, look what transpired. Okay, so they were trying to send a message, we're going to send them home. They got released into the country. That just incentivizes thousands more. And they're coming through something like 1,500 a day. Every single day. So the next tens of thousands caravan is on their way to the United States. And that trend's going to continue. All right, news break time at top of the hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A 14-member NTSB team of investigators has arrived at the site of Saturday's deadly Amtrak derailment in a remote part of northern Montana. It killed 3 people. Dozens of other passengers were hurt. 5 people injured, still hospitalized. And again, that investigative team showed up a few hours ago. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says she is backing the boosters for those who work in high-risk environments because millions of Americans are not vaccinated, and those frontline workers need to be protected.
That includes people in homeless shelters, people in group homes, people in prisons.
Democrats have been saying that Republicans just simply did not want police reform, and that's why it's failed for now on Capitol Hill. But Republican Senator Tim Scott says the push for police reform failed because Democrats were fighting to actually defund the police. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot Vpn. Patriot VpN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
A funeral was held for 22-year-old Gabby Petito on New York's Long Island today. She's the woman who disappeared and was later found dead after going on a trip across country with her fiancé, Brian Laundrie. Meanwhile, search crews from more than a dozen agencies have been back in a swampland in South Florida looking for Laundrie, who's still on the run.
Agencies are issuing search warrants for data, whether it be social media or some other investigative means.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott says orders he issued are the only thing stopping illegal immigration in his state. He spoke on Fox News Sunday. The Republican governor saying the Biden administration has left Texas with no choice, even though immigration is usually handled on the federal level. He says the Haitian migrants wouldn't have been in the situation they were in if the administration was upholding immigration laws. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The
greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
At the Whistling Straits Golf Club in Sheboygan, Wisconsin on Sunday.
Ryder Cup, congratulations to the United States of America.
Combining for 19 points to claim their 27th Ryder Cup title in the history of that tournament, the first time since the 1979 to 1983 Ryder Cups that the Americans have won back-to-back cups on home soil. Police in Scottsdale, Arizona say Michael Jordan's son was arrested over the weekend on aggravated assault charges. The 32-year-old Jeffrey Jordan reportedly slipped and hit his head at a restaurant, Casa Amigos, on Friday night. TMZ reports he then became combative with security. He was apparently confused and disoriented after the fall. Jordan was then taken to a hospital because of the head injury, where he's then been accused of assaulting hospital staffers. Later arrested, but then later released from the Scottsdale City Jail. He's not officially been charged, but he has been booked on one count of aggravated assault. Notre Dame's 41-13 defeat of Wisconsin propels head coach Brian Kelly into the history books, as that Saturday win at Chicago Soldier Field is Kelly's 106th. That surpasses Knute Rockne's record of 105 wins in the 1930s. In that Saturday game, Wisconsin was leading until Notre Dame scored 31 unanswered points. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, where we leave off there. Yeah, the Haitians. Current numbers say 4,000, mostly Haitians, have passed through the treacherous jungles of the Darien Gap in Panama, making their way to the United States. An impromptu camp rose up in recent weeks on the U.S.-Mexican border, as we well know. 15,000 at the peak. That camp was cleared of thousands by Friday, most of them remaining in the United States for now, they tell us. Between 3,500 and 4,000 are passing through migration reception stations. They're in Panama. According to Panama's security ministry, the group includes some Cubans and other nationalities as well. Meanwhile, some 16,000 are stuck in the northern Colombian beach town, waiting their turn on limited boat transport toward Darien Gap, where the smugglers guide them through one of the most dangerous, impassable regions in Latin America. Colombia and Panama agreed last month that 500 could cross per day. Local officials have repeatedly urged raising that quota, saying it is way too low to keep pace with the 1,500 who arrive on a daily basis. So now they've got another 16,000 already. They have, like I said, they've been allowing 500 a day. They're going to bump that up probably to 1,000 per day. Panama's president told the United Nations General Assembly that more than 80,000 what he called irregular migrants have traveled through Panama this year, calling for international assistance to his country because they're spending their limited budget taking care of the migrants. So far this year, 88,514 have entered Panama through the Darien jungle. Panama went from an average of receiving 800 migrants back in January to 30,000 in the month of August. And the numbers continue to go up. Do you see the trend? And we continue allowing them into the United States. Of course, the official narrative is the border's closed. It is not closed, and they know it. All right, let me get back to your calls here. Roll it into a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. We'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up. What do you say, Knuckle Buster? Happy Monday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Do you know what BIDEN means? That's what Bubba asked me.
Well, that's the last I heard. It was the president. What's it mean?
No, Bubba said it was the biggest idiot Democrat ever nominated. So I agree with that one there.
Yeah.
Man, I'm going to tell you. Well, I'll start the next joke out with that one I told you Friday morning. They ain't never heard it there. Joe went to the doctor for a checkup. The doctor said, Joe, you're in pretty good shape for an old man. How do you do it? Joe said, I'm so blessed that God turns the light on for me when I wake up at night to go pee. The doctor went to the lobby and said, Jill, Joe's in pretty good shape for an old man, but said God turns the light on for him when he wakes up at night to go pee. Jill said, well, that'll explain who has been peeing in the refrigerator.
Oh, my. Yep, that's pretty good. Knuckle Buster.
Yep. Well, I want to congratulate them St. Louis Cardinals there. They're 10 shy of tying the most games won. They're at 16 right now straight. 26 was by the 1916 Giants, longest overall win streak in Major League Baseball history. All which occurred in September. And there's also a 21-game streak from the 1935 Cubs. They might get on up there in the record books there. So, well, I want to congratulate them Georgia Bulldogs, 62-0 over Vanderbilt. I wonder, did Georgia play the Water Boy too?
All right.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to TB12 and them Buccaneers today, but they got their butts spanked by the Los Angeles Rams there. But it's a non-conference loss, so they won't worry about it too much there. And that Monday night football game is going to be a real sleeper. I wouldn't even bother staying up for it. Eagles versus the Cowboys. I wouldn't even bother watching that game. I want to congratulate Joe Burrow and company on finally spanking them Pittsburgh Squealers 24-10. Did they play in Pittsburgh or did they play in Cincinnati?
That was in Cincinnati, I believe. No, you know what? I think right. I take that back. It was in Pittsburgh.
Oh man, that even makes it that much sweeter, doesn't it? There. Yeah. Well, I'll end this segment here with Bubba's girlfriend. She says she's so glad that McDonald's does not serve hot dogs. She said I could not order a super-sized McWeenie with a straight face. That's all my baloney for today right now. Or I'll call you later on with some more of it there.
Thank you, Knuckle Buster. Have a good morning. Glad you had a good weekend. Good to have you with us. Yeah, that was in Pittsburgh this past day, was it not? Yeah, so let's see. Bengals are at 2-1. Ravens at 2-1. Cleveland at 2-1. Steelers at 1-2. Uh-oh. Oh, but it's early in the season, right? Under the industry headlines, real quick, first of all, police in Alabama asking for help in locating a stolen semi-truck and stolen trailer after robbers went on a theft spree late last week. The truck and trailer stolen from two separate locations Friday. The truck from Dadeville, the trailer from Alexander City. According to the ABC affiliate, the truck is a 2006 Kenworth with decals spelling out CLT on the doors of the truck and the number 13 on both sides of the hood. The rig has no license plate. Police say that after stealing the truck, the thieves traveled to Alexander City, where they stole a flatbed trailer that was loaded with lumber. The license plate on the trailer, the 31 TR645B, they're asking people to be on the lookout. Anyone with information urged to call the Dadeville police, where they have a 24-hour tip line. All right, there you go. I guess she gets a Darwin Award. A woman killed while trying to make a U-turn in front of a semi-truck late last week. A little after 3 in the afternoon in Michigan. A 55-year-old postal worker, Leah Marie Tibbs, was headed southeast on the M115 shoulder when she attempted to make a U-turn in the roadway. As she attempted the U-turn, she pulled in front of an oncoming tractor trailer heading southeast and was subsequently struck, completely obliterating the mail truck and sparking a fire in both vehicles. Tibbs was rushed to a nearby hospital, later succumbed to her injuries. The 60-year-old truck driver was also transported to a hospital but later released. No other details released there. Oh, there's our Costco story. Retail giant Costco will start limiting the amount of toilet paper and other supplies that customers can purchase due to the lingering effects of the pandemic, as well as the supply chain issues. They are placing purchasing limits on items including toilet paper, bottled water, some cleaning products. Last Thursday, Costco's CFO told investors during the earnings call that a variety of supply chain issues, including problems with finding trucks and drivers, prompted them to place limits on the amount of supplies people can purchase. We're talking port delays, container shortages, COVID disruptions, shortages on various components, raw materials, and ingredients, labor cost pressures, truck and driver shortages. Various major brands are requesting longer lead times and, in some cases, difficulty in finding drivers and trucks on short notice. A year ago, there was a shortage of merchandise. Now, they've got plenty of merchandise, but there's a 2 or 3 weeks delay in getting it delivered, they said, because there's a limit on short-term changes to trucking and delivery needs of the suppliers. It's really all over the board. Now, while groups like the ATA have been sounding warning bells about truck driver shortage for many years, others like OOIDA maintain the shortage is a myth and the driver turnover is the real source of the staffing issue. Now, Costco initially placed purchase limits on items like toilet paper in the early days of the pandemic when people were stockpiling. Social media users are already reporting that some Costco stores are running out of some supplies. So, all right, no surprise there, right? Back to your calls in a 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
I was just checking through some of the comments via Facebook and the Steve Summers Overnight Drive YouTube. Norman's on board, and he said we got a local tire shop here that can't get help. Scrapyard I delivered to on Saturday, short on help. Help wanted signs everywhere. Dusty was checking and said, I'm not for anyone blocking the highways. We heard Joe Dieters, that's Cincinnati's prosecutor, said that if any truck drivers block the road, he'll have them dragged out of their truck, charged with a felony. But when Black Lives Matter blocked the interstates in Cincinnati, he did not say shish kebab. Let's see. Who else on board? All right, Mariano is up with us. Let's see. Tank is on board. Well said, Grump. John is online here. Hello from Honolulu, Hawaii this morning. Good to have you with us. All right, Lisa was checking in. That's about 10 minutes ago. Steve, what do you think about these truckers shutting down the highways tomorrow? Yeah, we talked about that in the first hour, and I don't know if is it much ado about nothing. As I mentioned, I don't know of any participants. When I brought it up last week, most of our listeners, no one had even heard anything about it. Yeah, Pappy said he had checked in on the after hours line over Friday morning. There were a number of drivers on there, and he was asking them, what have you heard about it? And he said most of them said hadn't heard a thing about it. So it may all be just a bunch of talk for nothing. But we'll find out later this morning, I guess, right? What's going on, Horse Feathers?
You see it, Your Honor. It's a happy Monday.
You're going to be blocking the interstates in Baltimore this morning?
Sure, I can do that. But I don't know. We'll see what everybody else does. I block them every day. I can't drive whatever the speed limit is at whatever, the posted speed limit is. So I'm blocking the highways every day, all day long, or every night, I should say. But anyways, hey, you're talking about this shortage thing going on, and you got to pretty much blame the petroleum industry in itself for the whole deal. Because you look at what happens, you get a storm in the Gulf, or something happens that makes things unsettled in the Middle East, and what's the first thing that happens within the first 3 days? Prices start jumping, and within 3 days they're up 50 cents a gallon, and then people go out and start buying extra because they know that the first sign of anything, in 3 days the prices are going to be up 50 cents a gallon or more. But what happens at the other end? You get a couple weeks past that and things are settled back down, you're back to normal, and it takes 2-3 months and the prices still haven't even come back down a total of 50 cents yet. What's the deal? How come it can go up in 2 or 3 days, but in 2 or 3 months it can't come down?
Correct.
So you wonder why people panic buy. I mean, they've been programmed into it. This is what the petroleum industry started, and it's going on to everything else now. But when somebody says something about anything being short, everybody's going to go out and try to get it before the prices go up. And by the sounds of it now, it sounds like Costco's jacking the price up before they tell people there's going to be a shortage, so that when everybody goes out to buy it, they've already got the prices up. They're going to get high prices for all of it, not just a little bit after they get a chance to raise their prices. But no, it's I don't know, it's out of control. It's just all out of control. So, anyways, hey, to move on to these containers here. Now, I've only been around a few ports. I never had to deal with a whole lot of containers. Nothing I've ever had a whole lot of interest in, and know of people that do it and that. But here in Baltimore, and a couple other ports I know, ports are open from 7 in the morning until I think it's like 3 in the afternoon, and the ones stay open till 5 that I know of, they're pretty much shut down at 3. I mean, what they do for the next 2 hours, I don't know. And actually, to tell you what they do from 7 to 3 most of the time, I don't know either, because I've hauled some equipment out of the one here in Baltimore and you just go in there and all they do is sit and make you wait. You go in there and you're lucky if you can get in and out of there in 4 hours to get a piece of equipment. And the longshoremen have done it to themselves. And you remember all the issues with longshoremen we've had throughout the years, and of course their strikes they've had, but they're so highly paid and they want to do the least amount of work, it seems like. But yeah, so as far as hours go, I've never heard anybody on the East Coast talking about, or the Mid-Atlantic anyway, extending hours to try to get more freight through. But you think the ports would want to work harder here at this point, because the one in Baltimore here they just got something like 8 or 10 new cranes brought in, and these cranes they brought in from, I get this, they brought them in from China, Your Honor. They bought new cranes from China to put in their port. So they just barely cleared the bridges to get into the ports there. They had them on a big barge, all assembled, and brought them over, and they were just clearing I don't know if they had to wait for low tide to make sure they had enough clearance to get under the bridges, but to get into Baltimore there and under the tall bridges, the ocean go and ships go under. It was a right tight squeeze. So anyways, I guess about the other thing I got going for you is we went up to the ball game there yesterday and found out that I'm going to be starting in the number 21 position.
Really?
Make-A-Wish convoy next Mother's Day there in Manheim, Pennsylvania, the Manheim Auto Auction, which is the world's largest auto auction from what I've been told, just north of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. But yep, thanks to Hot Shot Secret, I'll have the the number 21 starting spot there to go on down the boulevard.
That's pretty cool.
So thanks to them.
So how'd things go at the game and all over the weekend?
Well, I didn't really see a whole lot of the game. It was more kind of paying attention to everything that was going on off the field than on the field. But now as everybody, seems good, and we've got to really kind of meet the other drivers that are the top 30. You always kind of see them around, but yeah, everybody. Well, actually, the past couple of years haven't been good, anyways. Between COVID and I think the last 2 or 3 years there, we've had a good share of rain, so you really haven't been out doing a whole lot of mingling and meeting people. So it's been kind of a rough thing there, and so I got to meet a few more people in that, and I did come up with something that might be a possibility of an advertiser. So I sent you an email there, and I don't know. I'd rather discuss it off the air before I say anything on the air about it. So,
okay.
Maybe we can do that, or you can pass Chad's number, name, and that contact information along to me. That maybe I can talk to him a little bit and see if we can get something worked out with it. Because I'm thinking it might be something good for everybody. So we'll see how it all develops and comes out in the wash, and maybe we can have to expand Knucklebuster's list of things to discuss there, hopefully.
Right.
Make it all work out.
Oh, boy, his script is going to be getting longer and longer, huh? All right, we're up to, we got to get our news break in here. And we'll come back with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A woman whose name has become very familiar recently and for tragic reasons was laid to rest on Sunday morning. Gabby Petito's father is saying he wanted people to be inspired by his daughter's love of the outdoors.
There's a trip you guys want to take it now.
At his 22-year-old daughter's memorial service on Long Island, Joseph Petito said his daughter was a very free spirit, and he also made an apparent reference to the missing boyfriend, Brian Laundrie. He said those who are in relationships that are not good for them should leave that relationship now. Gabrielle Petito's body was found in a Wyoming state park. Laundrie now a suspect in her disappearance, but he hasn't been heard from in about 10 days. Team America winning the 43rd annual Ryder Cup at Whistling Straits in Wisconsin on Sunday. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Back at it here on a Monday, close out the weekend. I know monkey gougers down at the Marina Del Rey. I see Clemson all the way down to 25th in the rankings. They've lost another game. They've already lost 2 games this season. I bet he's not all too happy about that, is he? Meanwhile, under the industry headlines, we've talked on this program that I guess most drivers still have a CB in their truck, but more often than not, it's not turned up or maybe not even turned on. Yeah, maybe flip it on when you find yourself coming up on a backup or delay and asking for info. Anybody got any tips on what's happening here? The FCC has approved the use of FM transmission in CB radios. Virtually every CB radio transmits in AM right now. Now, FM will presumably bring better sound in the cab, just like it did for commercial radio decades ago. No, CB-FM will not provide the same quality of sound as FM radio because of bandwidth restrictions that'll prevent that. But it would definitely be easier on the ears than standard AM broadcast. Okay, so AM, amplitude modulation. FM stands for frequency modulation, a different scheme with different properties. The FCC rules did not allow FM transmissions on CB radios, which only offer AM and single sideband modes. AM is used for most CB communications. Several years ago, back in 2017, the CB manufacturer Cobra Electronics requested that the FCC revisit the issue of FM on CBs. A number of foreign countries have allowed FM on CB for some time: Russia, Brazil, most European countries. But the FCC had ruled that FM on CB would expand or substantially change the character of the service, that it would be incompatible with the existing equipment base. In other words, CB users would have to buy new radios to use FM. Well, I suppose for Cobra that would be great, right? Everybody buys a new CB. In fact, Cobra's request was joined by President Electronics, which was another CB manufacturer, and by August, the FCC had changed its mind. In a memorandum opinion and order of reconsideration in August, they reversed their FM ban. CBs can now have both AM and FM capabilities. The addition of FM capabilities to AM CBs will not substantially change the fundamental nature of the radio service, but it will improve the user's experience, as described by Cobra and President. How people use the service will not materially change or be expanded, so CBs will be able to offer both AM and FM bands, though it's going to take time for FM-capable radios to become mainstream. Until then, the FM band will remain incompatible with the existing equipment. No one would be able to use FM without an FM-capable CB radio. Obviously, the new rule should help sell more CB radios. AM on CB is likely to pick up interference and background noises from sources like spark plugs, nearby transformers, solar radiation, random voices from far and near. That's often referred to as static, right? FM, on the other hand, focuses on the strongest signal and delivers that sound, if not static-free, definitely a lot less static than AM. All right, sometimes it's good to hear more than one source, particularly if it involves safety. Yeah, for example, air traffic control uses AM modulation so that someone, maybe another pilot, can break into a conversation if necessary, but with FM, only the strongest signal would actually be heard. Will FM gradually replace AM on the CB radio? Well, AM will likely never go away completely, according to Cobra. But he pointed out that even the earliest transmission modes still exist in amateur radio. Even Morse code still exists. But okay, back at the time when they put in that request to the FCC, apparently no one opposed that proposal. There were no opposition whatsoever, surprisingly. All right, JS, got you coming up next. Philip's on board this morning. What's happening, Philip?
Hey, Steve, how you doing, buddy? You doing all right?
Doing well. Yeah, how was your weekend? Anything special?
Nah, just sat around recuperating from my second shot that I had to get. Got that taken care of. Had a couple little side effects from it, so had to deal with that for a few days. But other than that, I'm doing all right. Got to start wearing that 50th anniversary tag today at Disney. Got the old label on, so we'll be wearing that starting our day today.
Yeah, that was
got a year and a half.
Someone shared that. I think somebody commented earlier that 50th anniversary is actually what, Friday, is it? And I said, we'll have to ask Philip about that when he checks in this morning.
The 50th anniversary is actually October 1st. They opened up October 1st, 1971. They told us that we got all our stuff about 2 weeks ago, and they told us that we had to start wearing everything the 27th or the 50th. And it's going to be a year and a half celebration.
Really?
Absolutely. Go out and get your merchandise. They've got like 5 series of merchandise work, and have fun and spend your money. So, it's gonna be big. They're doing a lot of special things, fireworks, all kinds of different things for it. They changed the look of the park, everything. So it's gonna be cool. It's different. So, but Steve, I hear our friend Dog is down in Florida now. Did you hear that?
Dog the Bounty Hunter has joined in. Yes.
Well, I guess it's getting serious now. The feds are involved, so that bounty's up now. So Dog's got to get involved with it. I've seen they had some video of him knocking on the front door of the parents' house and nobody answering, and him going over and talking to the neighbor and that kind of thing. And that guy is nowhere near where they're looking at.
That's what I was just going to ask that. Do you, I mean, because the mom and dad told him that's where he was going, and all the focus has been there. And I mean, I don't think they could be trusted to begin with, because they pretty much assisted in his 3-day, 4-day advance getaway time.
Mom and dad got him prepped up. They put a trailer somewhere because the neighbors said that they got a brand new RV and that they had been stocking up that weekend before he left. So mom and dad knew about that stuff when he was on his way back down here from wherever they were at. And I guarantee you that if they want to find him, I bet you he's within 100 miles of mom and dad's house, and do a radius of 100 miles of mom and dad's house, and they'll find him. They didn't go out of the state of Florida, I don't think. They might have, but me, myself, and I know this area down here pretty good, and you can put an RV about anywhere you want down here. Look how many RV parks are in the state of Florida. And I'm pretty sure you can put it anywhere you want to put it. And they staged that in that area for him to be there. That was just a staging and to distract them from getting him somewhere else. You look at the front of their house, they got camper in front of their house. They got a truck camper, matter of fact, sitting in front of their house right now. One of those ones you can back a truck under and take off on. That's mom and dad's got that at their house. So them people, they know how to camp. They live outdoors. They know the deal. So, but I don't think he's in that park that they've been searching in for the last week or so. I think they need to spread their search out. I guarantee if he's down here, he's within 100 miles of mom and dad's house. And the parents ain't letting up what's going on. I know the FBI just got DNA off of him over the weekend. Mom and dad had to submit DNA. So it's going to be an interesting story. I thought it was funny when I saw the dog came in on it. If Dog came in on it, that's federal. He's going to get that big bounty if he gets him. And it's just publicity for Dog, too. We know how Dog is. Dog's cool, though. Got a launch of Vandenberg today, Steve. Did you hear that one?
I did not. What are we sending up? Some classified thing from Vandenberg?
Yeah, Vandenberg's got a NASA thing going on, Atlas going up there. I'm not sure. They're not talking too much about it. You might know more on your end than me, but yeah, they got one going out of Vandenberg today, and Starship's coming along really well. And what do you think about Sam?
Yeah, Sam's big.
That's a put-together rig there now. I tell you what, it'd be interesting to see if that one goes up to Nova Scotia or not. They're saying it's going to stay out there for a little bit away from us, which I hope it does, but we're still watching them two patches behind it. But that's pretty much all I got today, Steve. You have a good one. We'll catch you later.
All right, thanks for checking in this morning, and have a great day. Have a great week. I'm sure we'll chat again, if all goes as anticipated, about 8 before the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it here on a Monday, and several lines open at 844-844-3388. There's our old friend JS. I use JS because it's actually Jack Shish Kebab. But what's going on, JS?
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you today, sir?
Doing all right. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, good to call in. It's been a while. I just want to say appreciate your show. Appreciate the Overnight Drive trucking family and your sponsors. Glad to have you back on the air. You keep us awake out here at night. Keep us going.
Well, that's what we try to do. You're typically on board on what, YouTube? Is that where you're checking in from?
Yes, sir. YouTube. Yeah, like I said, it comes in loud and clear, and it's good to listen to overnight. It keeps me going, makes the miles pass for sure. But just wanted to say hello, and like I said, we appreciate the show.
Well, so, I was getting your number down here, JS. I mean, you are a first-time caller, I believe.
Yes, sir. For the Overnight Drive, I am. I used to listen to you on the other station quite a bit.
Did you ever call in on the other line? I mean, because
it's probably been a few years back.
Well, hey, thanks for checking in this morning. You out there? Where you rolling this morning, if I can ask?
No, coming from Steele, North Dakota, going to Seattle, Washington. Breaking in my new truck. I just picked up my new truck Thursday.
Oh, all right. Out there in the new rig then. Okay, good deal. Well, I got your number down here. I'll get you a $60 code so you can. Have you tried the Hot Shot Secret products? Another question.
I have not, but I am looking to get in a few items. I've been looking, especially with the new rig, like to see if it might increase my fuel mileage a little bit,
Well, there you go. I'll get you started with the $60 code, and hopefully you'll become a dedicated user of Hot Shot Secret products.
Absolutely. Appreciate it, Steve. Thank you so much. I was going to mention, too, you were talking about shortages of supplies and things like that. Now, depending on what type of truck manufacturer you go to, they're saying now if you were to order a truck today, you wouldn't get your truck the next December sometime. That's how far backed up they are on the production line with the build slots.
Wow. Yeah. So I guess the combination of the chip shortages and now the plastic, the parts, a lot of plastic going inside those trucks, you put it all together and, way behind.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Well, again, we appreciate it, Steve, and thank you again. Appreciate the show.
Thank you.
Have a
good to
evening.
have you with us. You got it. There you go. There's JS with us. Yeah. Speaking of the Hot Shot Secret products, you want to support the program and keep us going here. Go over to hotshotsecret.com. You can always use the discount code, the checkout code, Overnight Drive, and that'll get you 10% off your order right there. And that's in addition to the 10% discount that's always available to military, first responders, CDL holders. Now, when I say military, that's veteran or active duty. So you can save 20% off your order. And looking at the upcoming events, what's on the slate here? Coming up this weekend, next weekend. I mean, it's only Monday, but next Saturday, Kyle will be at the 8th Annual Mario Knapp Memorial Car Show, presented by Fiesel and Hot Shot Secret. This is going to be at the Quaker Steak and Lube there in Columbus. Kyle says, a shameless plug for Kyle. This is his personal car show charity fundraiser. And yes, Hot Shot Secret is a major sponsor there. It is now described as one of Central Ohio's largest car, truck, and bike shows. Thanks to the generous sponsors, 100% of funds raised go directly to this year's charitable recipient, which is Wigs for Kids. Since 1981, Wigs for Kids has been providing hair replacement options for kids suffering from hair loss. So it's a great impact on their self-image and their self-esteem. An action-packed, family-friendly event there designed to raise money for the cause. Goodie bags, you've got the dash plaques, raffle items, a 50-50 drawing. They'll be holding a live auction, live music, a huge trophy collection, free face painting for the kids, and so much more there. Again, at the Hot Shot Secret Quaker Steak and Lube in Columbus, 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. next Saturday. So stop by and say hello to Kyle. And with that, we're up to the top of the hour, aren't we? We get our news update and more to come after this. 2 hours yet to go, so plenty of time for you to jump on board. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A 14-member NTSB team of investigators has arrived at the site of Saturday's deadly Amtrak derailment in a remote part of northern Montana. It killed 3 people. Dozens of other passengers were hurt. 5 people injured, still hospitalized. And again, that investigative team showed up a few hours ago. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says she is backing the boosters for those who work in high-risk environments because millions of Americans are not not vaccinated, and those frontline workers need to be protected.
That includes people in homeless shelters, people in group homes, people in prisons.
Democrats have been saying that Republicans just simply did not want police reform, and that's why it's failed for now on Capitol Hill. But Republican Senator Tim Scott says the push for police reform failed because Democrats were fighting to actually defund the police. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
A funeral was held for 22-year-old Gabby Petito on New York's Long Island today. She's the woman who disappeared and was later found dead after going on a trip across country with her fiancé, Brian Laundrie. Meanwhile, search crews from more than a dozen agencies have been back in a swampland in South Florida looking for Laundrie, who's still on the run.
Agencies are issuing search warrants for data, whether it be social media or some other investigative means.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott says orders he issued are the only thing stopping illegal immigration in his state. He spoke on Fox News Sunday. The Republican governor saying the Biden administration has left Texas with no choice, even though immigration is usually handled on the federal level. He says the Haitian migrants wouldn't have been in the situation they were in if the administration was upholding immigration laws. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
At the Whistling Straits Golf Club in Sheboygan, Wisconsin on Sunday.
Ryder Cup, congratulations to the United States of America.
Combining for 19 points to claim their 27th Ryder Cup title in the history of that tournament, the first time since the 1979 to 1983 Ryder Cups that the Americans have won back-to-back cups on home soil. Police in Scottsdale, Arizona say Michael Jordan's son was arrested over the weekend on aggravated assault charges. The 32-year-old Jeffrey Jordan reportedly slipped and hit his head at a restaurant, Casa Amigos, on Friday night. TMZ reports he then became combative with security. He was apparently confused and disoriented after the fall. Jordan was then taken to a hospital because of the head injury, where he's then been accused of assaulting hospital staffers. Later arrested, but then later released from the Scottsdale City Jail. He's not officially been charged, but he has been booked on one count of aggravated assault. Notre Dame's 41-13 defeat of Wisconsin propels head coach Brian Kelly into the history books, as that Saturday win at Chicago Soldier Field is Kelly's 106th. That surpasses Knute Rockne's record of 105 wins in the 1930s. In that Saturday game, Wisconsin was leading until Notre Dame scored 31 unanswered points. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, so obviously been hearing in our news updates, looks like they're going to have a vote on, the $1.2 trillion infrastructure package later this week. That looks like the Democrats are going to go full steam ahead, looking to go it alone with raising the debt ceiling and a $3.5 trillion reconciliation package on top of that. Late last week, the White House announcing they will be notifying federal agencies to prepare for the possibility of a government shutdown. Now, Jen Psaki said this is all just routine to ensure that essential services continue. Congress has to pass a funding plan by this Thursday to prevent a shutdown. It's just a reminder, we're now days out. We need to be prepared, of course, in the event of any contingencies. So this is a routine step, as she put it. Just to be prepared in the event of what could happen. She also said the Biden administration is particularly focused on protecting against any potential consequences from a shutdown, specifically when it comes to the COVID pandemic and the economic recovery of the country. She said the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and other public health agencies should remain open, as they typically do during a government shutdown, should one occur. But large swaths of the federal government coming to a screeching halt would certainly not be beneficial to pandemic response, she said. So we're going to do everything we can to try and mitigate that. Democrats will have to pretty much go it alone when it comes to the debt ceiling increase. Pat Toomey of Pennsylvania said this past day, argued voting no on a debt ceiling increase will force the Democrats to pass the measure on their own and highlight to Americans a spending spree that this nation cannot afford. Toomey said that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is going to have to lead his party to go it alone to raise the debt ceiling, to pay the money the nation has already spent. What's going to happen is after Republicans vote no, Schumer will do what he could have done months ago, weeks ago, what he could do tomorrow, which would be amend the budget resolution so Democrats can pass the debt ceiling by themselves, and that's what should happen. They are in the midst of an absolutely unprecedented, very damaging spending spree on a scale that we've never seen before, and they want us to come along and authorize them borrowing to help pay for it when we are totally opposed to doing that. They don't need a single Republican vote. Republicans can't stop it. It is not subject to a filibuster. And if they want to do this, they can go ahead and bring the attention to the American people to the increase in debt, and we're going to need to pay for this spending spree. That's the reality. That's the way it's going to happen. Democrats want to dramatically increase the amount of money that we will need to borrow because they want to engage in all this spending, and they want the authority to borrow it now. And I don't agree with the spending. Now, he said that he and other Republican senators would support a clean government funding bill separate from the debt ceiling legislation. Republicans will offer a clean, continuing resolution that funds the government. But the gist of our question about whether Republicans would support a clean continuation of funding, the answer is there would be a lot of Republicans that would vote for that. And who else was speaking out? Senator Sullivan said, Americans, yes, we all want real, hard infrastructure legislation, which is included in the $1.2 trillion bipartisan bill. But we do not want the socialist, reckless spending bill that the Democrats are pushing as the companion legislation. We are not a country that believes in cradle-to-grave socialism. What we need to be focused on right now, what we're focused on right now in the Senate is killing this incredible spending spree that the Democrats are undertaking. Now, the vote on the bipartisan infrastructure bill is set for this coming week in the House. It may be on shaky ground because progressives don't want the legislation unless the $3.5 trillion spending bill gets passed with it. Sullivan said that his state is resource rich, but infrastructure poor. And the infrastructure bill has features like money for roads, very significant loan guarantees to get the Alaska Natural Gas Project work on broadband and airports. But this $3.5 trillion socialist blowout, that's a totally different matter. There's a whole bunch of Green New Deal in that has the potential to permanently change this nation. I think most Americans fundamentally disagree with that, and I think the Democrats are in a bind right now because they're actually seeing how unpopular it is. Meanwhile, Republicans have an energy, jobs, and environmental plan that would continue the success we had under the Trump administration. That would help the economy while reducing global gas emissions. Do you want to really help the world in terms of reducing these kinds of emissions? Well, then you need to export clean burning Alaska natural gas and American natural gas all over the world and benefit from our critical minerals. The Green New Deal, that's what the Democrats are all about. It's going to be an interesting week there in D.C. because they're trying to tie them all together. Can't have the 1.2 if you don't give us the 3.5. So try to roll it all into one, and then the debt ceiling comes into play as well. Meanwhile, back to the calls here. What do you say, Scrapyard? What's going on this morning?
Hey, Steve, what's happening, Captain? How you doing, brother?
Doing all right. How was your weekend?
Yeah, that's pretty much low and flow. Didn't do much of anything, even though bow season opened up. I was down with a migraine, didn't get much done.
Oh.
But earlier you said I couldn't make out what exactly you said. Did you say Scrapyard made a delivery somewhere? Said he made a delivery somewhere, or someone delivered to a scrapyard?
That was Norman that made a delivery to a scrapyard.
Oh, okay. Well, I got hacked a while back on that Facebook, and somebody was using my pictures and whatnot, and everything posing as me and caused a lot of trouble. Okay, well, with that out of the way, on this FCC about the FM, if you notice, back in the 80s and 90s, a lot of owner-operators used export-only radios that were sold here in this country, which in fact were ham radios, like your double-digit Galaxies, from your 33 all the way to your 99, and RCI Rangers, and nowadays Striker radios. Those are export-only radios, but they come equipped with FM. And then when somebody purchases one to use as a CB, they're modded. And that originally back in the day, like those double-digit galaxies and all that, if you get caught with one, if somebody was in the know, they'd probably confiscate the radio back in the day. Because, like I said, those are modified ham radios.
Mm-hmm.
And all that, but like your Galaxies especially came equipped with FM, and then you had your 10kc bump, where be talking to another driver and asking them if they had a 10kc and all that, and you could hit that 10kc bump at 10 kilocycles, and it would step between two frequencies, and also drivers could talk unimpeded and it seemed like it'd be talking on sideband. You could get just a little hint of somebody talking, but if they went on a 10kc bump, then they could talk unimpeded. So and still be between, say, channel 19 and 20.
So with this approval of the FM, do you think many drivers would be inclined to buy a new radio to have that, or is the CB kind of like an archive, a thing of the past?
That CB will never really go dead when you think about it, because when it comes down to quick, fast, in a hurry, say like in these shutdowns out here due to a wreck or whatnot, then all of a sudden everybody's jumping on their CB radio. Well, if you got a smartphone, you got to fiddle part around with it to try to get some app open to see if the road is open or closed up ahead or what's going on. But here's the thing, too. The insurance companies pressured a lot of these major carriers that to where that they would end up firing a driver if they caught them talking on the CB radio while the truck was in operation with all the cameras. I think it was Pam a while back that did that, and they got their butt handed to them as well. But a lot of these major carriers would fire a driver. They'd call them up on their cell phone or on a Qualcomm, tell them to pull the truck over and get out of it. They're fired.
Wow.
Just for using a CB radio.
I'll be darned.
Yeah, I've been an avid CB and CB user for years and all that. Local CB clubs, and unfortunately, I lost my base station just recently. Had a lightning strike and lost everything. It got in the house, and it caused about $5,000 in damage. Most of my major appliances, the whole 9 yards, just wiped me out. I got to start over again. And yeah, there's a lot more CB radio clubs and things of that nature, and especially with this pandemic, people being stuck at home, and to actually get out and basically have a voice group chat. People get on a channel and all that and start talking amongst themselves and all that. That's going to have a major resurgence, and various channels like Channel 6, that's called the Super Bowl. They get on there and they have big fights clear across the country. And people, they get out there cutting heads. And these big CB breaks, like BBI Bakerman break, it was just recently. And when it comes to radios, BBI builds some of the best dadgum linear amplifiers in the country, be it tube type or be it PLL, transistors, and be it transistors. And I follow his channel on YouTube there, and some of these linear amplifiers are like 64-pill amplifiers in a mobile.
That's pretty wild. Yeah.
Yeah. That's I've been CBing ever since I was probably 15 years old.
Okay.
It's actually quite fun, and hell, like me, I live all by my lonesome, way out in the sticks of the critters, chiggers, and ticks. So that CB radio comes in handy when you got spotty cell phone service.
No doubt. Yeah. A little connection to the rest of the world.
And down like in years past, the hunt clubs that I've been in that runs deer dogs. People that have them in their pickup have CB radios even on their four-wheelers. Running CB radios on their four-wheelers, dog hunting, chasing deer and hogs. So CB's not going anywhere.
It'll be interesting to see if the FM thing catches on, or whether just because Yeah. Anything you've got right now, you'd have to upgrade. It's not compatible. And be interesting to see. I don't know. Sounds like an ingenious way for the CB manufacturers by getting that authorization to make millions of additional sales, right? That's the name of the game. All right, Rob checks in, sent me an email, said you were talking about the government shutdown. He said, Steve, government shutdown is a joke. Essentially, they all get time off, and then they all get paid anyhow. Just like always, it's just a big political stunt. Yeah, I mean, for those government or federal workers who do find themselves not working, they're shut down because, we've hit the debt ceiling, whatever. You have a government shutdown. It doesn't really impact them until you get a couple of weeks into it if they do live paycheck to paycheck kind of thing, which many do. Then they start having a hard time paying their bills. But when they do finally, whatever it takes to get the government back up and running, they all get their retroactive pay. I remember years ago, when was that? Back during the Clinton era? Didn't we have a shutdown that lasted like 3 weeks or something? And, Uncle Farbus was working for the VA at the time, and he was, he was not working. And I was talking to him about it, and he says, it's a vacation for me. Yeah, I'll get retroactive pay for everything all this time I've been off. When they get back up and running, it's really all for naught. All right, look at it, 23 past the hour. All right, we cleared our lines out for the first time this morning. Clear lines on a Monday morning, so jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, talking to Philip a few minutes ago about the ongoing search for Brian Laundrie. Where, oh where, could Brian be? I'm kind of with Philip. I don't think he's in that nature preserve down in Florida. Just for what I've had that kind of that gut feeling from the very beginning. But there was, I guess, some updates a couple of days ago as we were heading into the weekend. Yeah, he's been missing since September the 14th. But the internet has been doing their own research on Brian. And get this, they say, he has a Pinterest account. Yes, really. And it's filled with some fun and cheery camping content. But there's also some images that might be kind of disturbing, they say. Now, if it's still up and running, if you type in Brian Laundrie's Pinterest into Google, it directs you to a profile with the username blah, blah, blah. While it's not confirmed the account belongs to him, there's a few clues that suggest it is. The profile photo on the account, which shows a man standing on top of a mountain in the distance, can also be found on his Instagram. But if that and the obvious username are not enough, there are images of Gabby modeling custom face masks also on the profile. Those masks appear to be made by Brian's brand, which is Bizarre Designs, that sells custom art on Depop. As the Pinterest profile notes, it appears Brian last saved pins in August of 21, which it is believed Gabby was still alive. His most recently saved post was an illustration of a cigarette box that read, "Burnt Out." Now, while that's nothing to lose sleep over, other posts seem a little more concerning. If you scroll through his saved pins, you'll notice that his profile is saturated with mountain and camping imagery. If you look closer, there are a few other images that kind of stick out like a sore thumb. Yeah, dubbed the opposite of lost. One post has kind of a cryptic message that says, quote, "Don't try to find me. I have finally escaped my master's wicked clutches." Another post shows a digital sketch of ghosts, clowns, and skeletons. In the center of the post is a cartoon gravestone with the words, "My baby," written across it. Not only that, but surrounding the headstone is some more copy that reads, "She'll never find a sweet man like me." And another that says, "Let her go, let her go. God bless her wherever she may be." He also saved an image of the cover of the H.G. Wells book entitled The Invisible Man. If you're not familiar with that story, it follows a crazed scientist who fakes his own suicide, uses his own power to become invisible, stalks and terrorizes his ex-girlfriend. In other words, it's not your typical rom-com. That's pretty wild. So they're kind of alluding to the fact that, he was kind of twisted. Among everything else that's kind of strange and obscure about his profile, there's also a saved quote from the movie Fight Club, which is, "It's only that after we lost everything that we're free to do anything." Now, not to speculate, but that quote seems particularly relevant right now. We'll just have to find out if any or all of these posts mean anything in the context of this particular case. But yeah, just some of those images, kind of bizarre. There was a dark side there, in other words. We'll get a news break and get back to your calls here as we roll on into a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A 14-member NTSB team of investigators has arrived at the site of Saturday's deadly Amtrak derailment in a remote part of northern Montana. It killed 3 people. Dozens of other passengers were hurt. 5 people injured, still hospitalized. And again, that investigative team showed up a few hours ago. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says she is backing the boosters for those who work in high-risk environments because millions of Americans are not vaccinated, and those frontline workers need to be protected.
That includes people in homeless shelters, people in group homes, people in prisons.
Democrats have been saying that Republicans just simply did not want police reform, and that's why it's failed for now on Capitol Hill. But Republican Senator Tim Scott says the push for police reform failed because Democrats were fighting to actually defund the police. This is USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio is looking for a co-host. Yes, you heard me correctly. Nationally syndicated radio show and popular podcast, Rockstar Radio with Billy Gerard, is looking for a co-host. In fact, 2 segment co-hosts. One will join Billy weekly talking about all things financial, and another for a weekly review of the national real estate and mortgage market. Co-hosting with Billy Gerard could be the move that puts your career into overdrive. For all the details and to schedule an audition with Billy, send an email to bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Or go to rockstar.today/co-host for all the details. Rockstar Radio is looking for 2 expert co-hosts. It could be you. Email bill@rockstar.today or go to rockstar.today/co-host. Being on the radio with Billy will make you the expert in the field. It could take your career over the moon. Get all the audition
You're
details.
listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, what do you say? Get back to the calls here. Jumping on board. Somebody said just wanted to say hello. So who we got on the line?
Hey, Steve, this is RC.
RC, how the heck are you?
I'm doing good, sir. I know you're doing well. You get asked that question several times a morning, so
you think?
I didn't want to be redundant there. But long-time listener, I can't remember exactly how long I've been listening to the show. It's been a while. Just first time I've ever called any radio show, so to speak. And I'm just so thankful that you're back on the air. I want to thank Chris and Hot Shot Secrets for bringing you back, because when you went off in, what was it, November?
Yes.
Boy, I tell you, that was quite a shock. And like some of the other drivers have said before, that we were kind of lost in space. And some of those other programs out there, you know, they're okay, but there's nothing like Steve Sommers at the helm. You know what I'm saying?
Well, thank you so much. That's quite the compliment, RC. So are you a company driver, owner up? What are you hauling out there?
I'm a company driver. I'm based out of Atlanta. Been all over the Southeast. My primary route right now is up and down 75 every night. Normally, I'm not out here on Sunday night. I'm a Monday through Friday driver, but I'm out here helping them out, helping them move a few loads that they got behind on. And so what I normally do, I'll listen to your show Monday through Thursday, and then on Friday night, I'll go back and listen to the Sunday night show that I missed.
Okay.
And that's a good way to pass the time on Friday nights. And like I said, I'm just so thankful that you're back. And like I said, you helped Chris get started with his venture, and he turned around and returned the favor. So that was, you scratched his back and he scratched yours.
Yeah, let's hope I can make enough money to where he'll be willing to keep it going.
Oh yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Like I say, your radio show is a vital part of the trucking industry, and without it, like I said, a lot of us would be out here just tuning the dial, trying to find some informative to listen to every night, and we can't find this information anywhere else, whether it's trucking related or even some of the major mainstream news, politics, or
sure
other issues. So we're just glad to have you out here. You keep us going, just like a good hot cup of coffee every night.
Well, there you go. Have you tried the Hot Shot Secret products for your personal vehicles?
Not yet. I still had some of the products from your previous sponsor that I was trying to get rid of, or use up, I should say. And I'm looking forward to using the Hot Shot Secret products. I've heard a lot of the testimonials that drivers have given, and if this truck had my name on the side of it, I would definitely have their products in it. But I'm looking forward to using the products in my personal vehicles.
Well, I got your number here. We're going to get you a code so you can get your first order and try things out. How's that sound?
I appreciate it, Steve. I plan on start calling in more regular. Like I say, you discuss so many topics during the week that I'm sure I can add to the conversation. But I'm going to follow Knuckle Buster's advice, and I'm definitely going to order some of those Hot Shot Secret products. You know, I'm not going to buy the T-shirts, but I'll buy a hat and maybe some stickers to put on the side of the truck and things like that. You know, so I definitely plan on putting that code to good use.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you, and don't be a stranger, and let us know how things work out. We'll get you a code here, and that'll be $60 in merchandise. Shipping will be covered. There you go. So, I mean, I've been hearing in the news breaks talking about the Ryder Cup, going to the USA. And who sent this my way? I think the Truth Czar said, from headline, Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Typically, you can get a room at Sheboygan's Blue Harbor Resort for anywhere from $190 to, say, $330 a night. Well, last Thursday, the cheapest room left on the hotel's website was $4,500 because almost all area hotels and rentals were completely booked for the Ryder Cup. Now, before being delayed last year due to the pandemic, the Ryder Cup was projected to visit Sheboygan to bring $30 million to the county. Tickets were sold out as of Wednesday, and we're starting at $300 per day on the secondary markets. So anyone who had not secured a place to stay, most of the local options were more than $1,000 per night. Last week, prior to the thing getting underway, a search on Airbnb showed the price increase in the rental homes as of Wednesday. There were bedrooms in Cleveland and Sheboygan going for $450 per night. The next cheapest option in the area was $900. One house in Kyle that advertised its nearness to the Ryder Cup was going for $5,000 per night. A quick search for Sheboygan area hotels on Hotels.com showed just one option last Wednesday, which was Belgium Inn and Suites with 2 rooms left at $450 a night. According to the site, 90 additional properties are not available for your travel dates. The regional manager for Pride Hospitality, LLC, oversees 3 hotels in the area: the Harbor Winds, the American Inn, and the Holiday Inn Express. Yeah, according to Bob, reservations for the event started coming in 3 years ago. He said all 3 of his locations were completely booked. Although they've been booked by corporations and they were not taking public reservations, prices at least doubled, he said. It's all supply and demand. The Fairfield Inn and Suites Sheboygan, another hotel sold out for the event, had rooms going for around $1,200 a night with a 5-night minimum. Wow. Talking $6,000. Even many hotels as far away as Two Rivers were completely booked over the weekend. One Airbnb host listed his 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home in Howard's Grove for $3,000 a night. He said it was the first time listing his house. He said the Ryder Cup is the only reason I signed up for Airbnb. I would consider doing it again, but I need to make a decent amount of money to make it worth finding somewhere to stay for a family of 5. So essentially, they move out while the guests stay there for a few days. He said that he determined the price for his listing based on what his neighbors were listing their rentals for. Homes in his surrounding area were listed for around $2,500 a night. A lot of money poured into Sheboygan over the weekend, didn't it? All right, let's see here. Would that be Cue Ball back with us?
Morning again, Steve. I called about immigration, but you were talking about this whole Brian Laundrie situation down there in Florida. And I kind of was thinking about this all day, believe it or not. You know, they federally indicted this dude because of this whole credit card issue, right?
Correct.
Now, who can arrest him for that? Now, what I heard on the news was any law enforcement in the country now
I believe
can
that
arrest
is the
him
case.
if they find him.
I'm guessing that's why Dog the Bounty Hunter joined in, right? That was the whole deal there, since it's federal now.
Oh, he just needs some money, but and the publicity. Now it's an official free-ring circus with Dog down there. Now, I ain't going to get into the whole Brian Laundrie thing. Personally, I think there's a whole crap ton of other missing people, murdered people in this country, and focus all the media attention on one person. But with that being said, why is it, like I said, I called about immigration, not this issue, but it brings up a point. An illegal alien can only be arrested, supposedly, by federals, not locals. So a guy that's wanted, not for murder, but some credit card crap, to be arrested by anybody. But an illegal alien, that's a federal crime, can only be arrested by Border Patrol. And they ain't arrested anybody. They just process them. I'm confused with the statute here, man.
Mm-hmm.
You follow what I'm saying? That's a little bit weird, ain't it?
Yeah.
Here's kind of here's how I think things are going to wind up going on with this whole issue down in Texas. And I don't understand why it just can't be handled. Wasn't Governor Abbott saying he was going to start arresting illegal aliens for being in Texas? They obviously can't go across state lines, but I thought he was going to start just straight up arresting these people.
That was what I heard several
wasn't that a big
weeks
thing
ago.
a little bit ago?
Yeah, he said he was going to be incarcerating them.
So why didn't he do? Why is it not getting done? Why are they making a whole thing about the Border Patrol with this horse rain situation? Meanwhile, all the state of Texas is doing is lining up all these patrol cars, but I haven't seen anybody. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody, cuffed and stuffed and getting dragged into wherever the hell whatever jail they would take them. I haven't seen it. In other words, it wasn't done. Why not? That's what I don't get.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at the point now thinking when it comes to this illegal immigration, you're going to have states start literally figuring out ways to just make it clear. You come into Texas illegally, you're going to jail. You're going to be charged. You're going to jail. Stay the hell out of Texas. I'm waiting for a governor to start realizing that eventually the feds might try to start trying to stop them. How far would they push that by force?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to go back, and I don't know the history that well of things, obviously long before my time. But wasn't it when, I'm trying to remember the exact details, but wasn't it when they were dealing with this, with the integration back in the day, and they federalized the National Guard and made it to where they forced the issue? The federal government forced the issue, where the state would not do what they were supposed to do, which was integrate the schools. This way back, I mean, it was at Mississippi or wherever the heck it was. I'm sadly a little ignorant on that history. But the government federalized the National Guard away from the states, and now the state didn't have anything to do. And they did it by, they handled it, and it was handled by force. Well, how do you, if you're a state like Texas trying to stop the federal government from stopping you from getting illegal aliens locked up and not just sucking off the government teat of the state of Texas, how do you stop that from happening? Any idea?
Good question.
Oh, I do. Nowadays, it's an ugly word. But I'm waiting for when the states finally decide to start getting like a governor actually forming the state of Texas State Militia. How else do you stop a rogue federal government? I have no idea.
Well, you're getting into uncharted territory where we're not living 200 years ago.
No, we're not. We're living today where the problem is getting to be at a massive level. Eagle pointed it out. He goes, the federal government, when they saw those pictures that Fox News had found with that drone under that bridge, the federal government's first thing was to ground the drones, using politicizing the FAA to ground the drone, not because of any safety things. It was just the issue of we don't want the pictures taken no more. And the state of Texas said, okay, F you, we're going to, jump in this helicopter here, and the state police will fly your camera up over there. I know you're not going to run the drone, but the federal government ain't going to shoot down a state police helicopter, so you're just going to have to just deal with that. Which point, they got a waiver and they were fly their drone again. And Eagle pointed that out a little bit ago where he said, hey, it's amazing how quick they can get that crap done real quick and in a hurry. What a couple of days. They had the whole thing, everybody out, and it all cleaned up. Now it looks just like about it was before anything happened.
They pretty much came in.
So they have the ability to handle it if they want.
I think they cleared the people out and just kind of bulldozed it, if I'm not mistaken. Hauled it all the trash.
Pretty much, yeah. They had the big trucks with the claws on the arms to pick up all the trash and the tents and those makeshift things that tents are making out of plants, literally plants. And they were just dumping them in dumpsters and dragging that crap out. But here's my point. At what point does the governor say, look, okay, you're not going to import? And of course the federal government, where are they going to put these illegal immigrants? You think they're going to send them to, blue states like New York and California, or are they going to send them to Florida and Texas because they want to change the demographic of the state? Where do you think they're going to send them? Why is Florida not literally pulling these buses over and locking these people up, including the driver of the bus? Why are they not doing it? Why is Texas not doing it? At what point do they have to just step up, take care of business? They're just letting it happen. I mean, I guess Abbott's a good governor, but so far he's just making a lot of stink on the news. But I haven't really seen anybody being arrested. I haven't seen any buses stopped, and everybody taking off the bus and thrown in jail, including the driver and the owner of the bus.
Yeah, and I need to double check because it seems like as soon as he made the announcement he was going to do that, seemed like there's a court or something that said no, you can't do that. You can't handle it. That's federal authorities handle immigration, and you don't have the authority to do that.
Well, then there isn't a cop in the land other than a federal law enforcement officer that can arrest Brian Laundrie. Federal crime. And they're both federal crimes.
Well,
you see my point? The double standard here?
Sure, yeah, but the federal
like a meter maid in Miami can arrest this kid, but nobody can touch an illegal immigrant.
Correct, because
I'm lost here, man.
Immigration is all handled on a federal level.
Right. But it isn't being handled.
I guess. Well, correct. Yeah, exactly. And bank fraud, I guess that's technically what it is, right? Like he used her debit card or something, purchased over $1,000 worth of purchases. That's why they were able to, put out the federal warrant. Okay, about 5 before the hour, though. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So over the weekend, or was it late last week? Guess it matters not. You had the... it's Homeland Security Secretary, Mayorkas, who made a statement about the treatment of those Haitians, the false narrative of the Border Patrol on horseback, whipping, using, he tried to make it akin to systemic racism. Are you kidding me? Representative Kat Kamak said that the comments by Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas that images of Border Patrol agents on horseback using their reins while corralling fleeing Haitian refugees reflected the country's struggle with systemic racism, which was asinine and arrogant. I can tell you that just this week, having Mayorkas in front of the Homeland Security Committee, dodging our questions, unable to answer our questions, and then come forward and make such an asinine, arrogant statement that says the Border Patrol agents have been tasked with defending the border, something this administration will not do, that this is a product of systemic racism? Talk about virtue signaling, you said. You gotta love it. Yes, Mayorkas. He spoke to reporters Friday at a press briefing, and he said the almost 15,000 mostly Haitians, who congregated under the Del Rio Bridge have been dispersed, and that the images of the video of some horseback agents using their reins to corral these refugees is being investigated by the Inspector General. But as of this morning, that was Friday, there are no longer any migrants in the camp under the bridge. He said, our entire nation saw horrifying images that do not reflect who we are, who we aspire to be, or the integrity or values of our truly heroic personnel in the Department of Homeland Security. The investigation into what occurred with the horseback agents has not yet concluded. We know those images painfully conjured up the worst elements of our nation's ongoing battle against systemic racism. To which Kamak said, these remarks are infuriating. they're more concerned about being a woke administration than they are with actually doing their job. That is infuriating, she says. I can't tell you how frustrating it is to conduct oversight of an administration that refuses to give answers, that is more concerned with politics and policy and puts America last. Yep, Mayorkas needs to go too. Alejandro. With that, though, we've got our final hour just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A 14-member NTSB team of investigators has arrived at the site of Saturday's deadly Amtrak derailment in a remote part of northern Montana. It killed 3 people, 5 people injured, still hospitalized. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says she is backing the boosters for those who work in high-risk environments because millions of Americans are not vaccinated, and those frontline workers need to be protected.
That includes people in homeless shelters, people in group homes, people in prisons.
Democrats have been saying that Republicans just simply did not want police reform, and that's why it's failed for now on Capitol Hill. But Republican Senator Tim Scott says the push for police reform failed because Democrats were fighting to actually defund the police. Scott also saying nationalizing local police issues is something he just couldn't get behind. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
A funeral was held for 22-year-old Gabby Petito on New York's Long Island today. She's the woman who disappeared and was later found dead after going on a trip across country with her fiancé, Brian Laundrie. Meanwhile, search crews from more than a dozen agencies have been back in a swampland in South Florida looking for Laundrie, who's still on the run.
Agencies are issuing search warrants for data, whether it be social media or some other investigative means.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott says orders he issued are the only thing stopping illegal immigration in his state. He spoke on Fox News Sunday. The Republican governor saying the Biden administration has left Texas with no choice, even though immigration is usually handled on the federal level. He says the Haitian migrants wouldn't have been in the situation they were in if the administration was upholding immigration laws. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com.
Authors of the book Peril, which has been out now for just about a week, say there was never anything behind former President Trump's claims of the 2020 election being stolen. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Bob Woodward and Robert Costa said people around Trump knew his claims were false and that he got into arguments with many people in the days before that January riot. Costa said Trump still wants to be in power. He's still spreading the false message, according to Costa, of wrongdoing in that 2020 election. And Woodward said the difference between the Nixon and Trump eras is only that Nixon faded from the public eye while Trump is still at the forefront.
These rallies don't get a ton of coverage, but he's out there with this Churchillian-type language. We'll never surrender. We'll never give in, whipping up thousands of people across the country.
That's Robert Costa speaking. Peril already making news when excerpts were released a week ago that indicated the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, had made unauthorized phone calls to his Chinese counterpart to assure him that Trump didn't have plans to attack Beijing as part of his efforts to stay in power. The NFL's Baltimore Ravens kicker Justin Tucker kicking a 66-yard field goal as the Ravens beat the Lions on Sunday 19-17. That was a new record for the longest field goal, 2 yards better than the previous record of 64 yards set by Matt Prater. And from the New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, so here we go, final hour. Look at some of the news from the land down under. What direction are they headed? Well, according to the report, are we going to follow suit? I guess is my question. You know, with all these mandates, people that, when you said these hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands that are about to begin losing their jobs, their livelihoods for refusing the jab. According to the report from the land down under, unvaccinated New South Wales residents have been delivered a major blow. Officials confirming that those in regional areas who have not received the vaccine will have some of their newfound freedoms reversed within weeks. The deputy premier said the 70% roadmap, which is due to kick in on October 11, will apply to the whole state, he says, which means unvaccinated people living in areas that aren't currently in lockdown will no longer be able to enjoy the same freedoms they have in recent weeks. So there will be individuals in regional and rural New South Wales who choose not to be vaccinated will lose their freedom on October 11. So my message to everybody in regional and rural New South Wales is to continue to get vaccinated. We are seeing vaccination rates climb right across the state, including in the regions. Unvaccinated people who will need to wait till December 1 until they can emerge from lockdown, which will be about 4 or 5 weeks after the state reaches the 80% double dose goal. I think today's a very disappointing day for those who are not vaccinated. I think they assumed when we hit 80% double dose, they would have certain freedoms return. But it's not too late. You have the option. Go today, make your booking, and get vaccinated. Not only to protect yourself and your loved ones, but also the community. I guess New South Wales Premier revealed the extra freedoms that vaccinated residents will experience when the state hits the 80% vaccinated goal. They said they confirmed they're set to hit the 70% goal on October 11, the 80% target due to be reached about 2 weeks after that, at which point changes will kick in for fully vaccinated residents from the Monday after the 80% milestone is reached. Residents will be able to travel freely anywhere in New South Wales. People will be able to stand up and drink at the pub. Up to 10 visitors will be allowed to a home, not including children 12 and under. Up to 20 people can gather outdoors. Up to 200 people can attend COVID-safe events, and 500 can attend ticketed and seated events. Community sports will resume. All venues and businesses will operate at the 1 person per 4 square meter rule indoors, and 2 square meters. I think that's 4 square meters outdoors, 2 square meters indoors. There will be no limit on guests at weddings and funerals for fully vaccinated people. Customer caps for personal services like hairdressers will be removed. And they go into all the rules. The following changes will also kick in on December 1st. With December 1st, which when unvaccinated residents will be allowed to join the extra freedoms. Okay, it's just, tell you what, these and you wonder why they've had hordes of people in the streets protesting what's been going on in Australia. Hey there, Knucklebuster. Final hour, off and rolling.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Well, one thing about Texas, you ain't got enough jails to lock everybody up in the world. So, I mean, you just have to do what you can do and go on. Them judges, they won't let you lock so many people up at one time there. And I don't even know what the Ryder Cup is, and don't bother explaining because I heard you mention Cleveland, and I ain't going up there because I was prisoner of war up there one time for 3 days, and I don't want to go back again.
Right.
Yeah, but if you can't beat them, join them. Just tell them, say, Llamo Juan Pablo, see? And I'm glad you didn't tell Horse Feathers that I almost told you to go jump in the bed with Mama Knucklebuster Friday morning instead of going in the bed to jump with Mama Sommers. Yeah, that was my dumb ass whore there. Right? Hey, I hear they're going to beam Captain Kirk up there. He's going on that Blue Origin. Is that one Jeff Bezos? Or?
Yeah, I mean, that's the one where they just go up like 66 miles or something and then come right back. I mean, he'll be up there for 10 minutes. Which, again, he's not really going to space,
Oh, okay. Well, beam me up, Scotty. Well, Bubba cooked his kids some deer meat there for dinner, but he didn't tell them what it was. He gave them a hint. He said, "It's what your mama calls me." And his son screamed at the table, "Don't eat it. It's a horse's ass." All right. Now, I hear y'all got some pumpkin chunking going on up there in Ohio, too. They kicked off their festival up there with a giant pumpkin that weighed 2,195 pounds. See?
That's a big pumpkin.
That's one hell of a pumpkin.
Yes, it is.
Yep. Anyway, there, let's get the rest of this old baloney out of the way because this is final hour there. Buy Pluto headset. 99% no is canceling. Buy some Hot Shot Secret product. Find the right product for your old jalopies needs. It will even fix those japper crappers that Monkey Gouger loves so much. Put Overnight Drive code in the box at checkout for being a policeman, a military veteran, or truck driver. That'll all work too. And you can thank Mr. Christian Beltrick for free shipping in the good old USA. 100% money back guarantee. If you get the poochy lip over one of their products, buy some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products and baseball cap. travel mugs, T-shirts there, especially you women there. Steve already knows why I like them women wearing his T-shirts. Call Steve Sommers on the Overnight Drive radio, and don't be a scaredy cat to talk to Steve. He's just a good old redneck boy. He married Ellie Mae there, Mama Sommers there. So call that after hours show. I ain't getting on with 125 people in one person talk, but y'all can do it there. And that's all my baloney, hogwash, and garbage for today, Mr. Steve Sommers. Have a great, blessed day, brother.
All right, thanks for checking in, Knuckle Buster. I got an email from Hobo Jack. Said, just saying hello. I usually listen during the day. Can I get the after hours number from you? Yeah, I'll send that to you. But he said, hey, my Chevy Silverado just got 31 miles per gallon with Hot Shot Secret. Thank you so much. Hey, that's one hell of a number. All right, looking at 16 past the hour, and it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, I saw that, who was that? Monkey Gouger shared the link earlier. But we lost another law enforcement agent, this one in Florida over the weekend. Nassau County Deputy Sheriff Joshua Moyers initiated a traffic stop early Friday morning in Callahan, Florida, after pulling the stolen minivan over and finding the driver gave a false name. Josh requested that he step out of the vehicle. That was when the suspect pulled a gun and shot the young deputy in the face. As he fell to the ground, already gravely wounded, the suspect shot Joshua a second time in the back before fleeing the scene. The gunman also shot and wounded a Jacksonville sheriff's canine just as they closed in on his location. He managed to slip away and is still currently at large. Doctors worked tirelessly over the weekend to save Deputy Moyer's life. But unfortunately, the Nassau County Sheriff's Office made the announcement that his injuries were too severe and he would not survive. Deputy Moyers was kept alive while his organs were prepared to be donated to numerous individuals in need. He was taken off life support this past afternoon. Deputy Sheriff Joshua Moyers had served the citizens of Nassau County, Florida since 2015. He was engaged to be married. Josh enjoyed hunting, fishing, and spending time in the outdoors. His fellow deputies remembered him as someone who would always be there to lend a hand if you needed him. Deputy Joshua Moyers was 29 years old. And somewhere out there, there's a cop killer. So the search is on. Yeah, about 19 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Thank you much, and back at it here on a Monday. Into the 27th day of September. Yeah, coming up Friday morning. Friday will be the first Friday in the month of October. Obviously, October 1. And we'll be pleased to welcome Chris Gabrelchik, where we can talk all things Hot Shot Secret and so much more. If you have questions about the products, if you're someone like Steve, who last week called to let us know, I used the Shift Restorer and my transmission is working like new again. Love to hear those kind of calls. But Chris will join us this Friday morning. What's going on in the land of lockdown?
Tell me about it. Hold on a second. I picked up all my groceries here. I'm just walking into the house. So like you said, that's all for the vaccinated, and those dates can move. The thing is that the majority of people that I know are vaccinated. Okay, but those are also the majority of those people are younger people. Susan and I are not vaccinated. What we decided we would do is we would wait it out, make a decision on what to do. I had no intention of getting the Pfizer or the AstraZeneca. The Johnson & Johnson was banned over here. The Moderna is only now available. So if you look at that, it's actually 3 steps to that. I don't know if they mentioned that in that what you were reading. The first step is the 11th of October. The end is, quote unquote, the end of October. They don't give you a date. And then 90% is what they're saying the 1st of December. And again, like I said, it's very unlikely that they'll actually meet those targets. We'll see. I still don't have any intention of getting vaccinated. The company that I work for has said that they will not require vaccination, but I'm guessing that they're going to get pressure fairly soon saying that we're going to have to be vaccinated. If that's the case, I don't know what I'm going to do. We haven't made a decision about that yet. I'm not one of these people that believe that the vaccination is, as somebody I know jokingly said, I believe that they're microchipping us. Sorry, I don't believe that. Do I believe that it's untested? Absolutely. Do I compare it to any other vaccine that's untested? Sure. It's also a different type of vaccination. It's in the mRNA. Sorry, got the numbers skewed. Which is a totally different type of vaccination. And like you said, and you've mentioned, the inventor of the process says, look, why are you doing this? This isn't even supposed to be for people like this. This is supposed to be only the most, how did he refer to it? The most vulnerable.
Correct.
Should be getting this, not everybody. And it just irritates me that You try to say that in social media, and you get attacked for it or blocked out. So in saying that, people get off of Facebook. Yeah, I'm on Telegram now, and I'm pretty happy with how that's going. There's no censorship on there. I've tried to use MeWe, but nobody wants to use MeWe. Don't know what to tell you, Steve. I see your future. It ain't pretty. The whole socialism aspect of what's going on, how people are so reliant on the government. I had a long chat with my brother about this. Are so reliant on the government now in the States. It's what it's like over here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we were having a discussion online one day on Facebook about we keep getting all these robo text messages over here. You know, your delivery for whatever was missed. You know, click this link so we can, you know, arrange for the delivery of your item that you ordered. Which, of course, you know, all of it's horse crap. And people are saying, "Oh, I heard someone actually said the government is failing us because they're not stopping this." And I'm thinking, dude, seriously, why are you waiting on the government to do something? But that's the mindset over here. It's a huge part of it is that they expect the government to take care of them. This is 50 years into, or 30 years, do the math, 40 years into the nanny state. And this is what you're going to get over there in a few years. You know, like Moose says, the last ring around the bowl, last lap around the bowl. I hope not. But you know what it's probably going to take for people to wake up, Steve? A war. People are going to have to realize how good we had it. Maybe that with this idiot that's in there now, people are starting to realize how good it was. Not just the price of fuel, that's part of it.
Oh, yeah.
Not just the fact that they're not going to be able to get half of the products that they expect to get at Christmas time, because there are 100 ships off the coast of California sitting. 100. That's never happened before. This is absurd.
And
I don't know what it is.
And they're looking to push through another $3.5 trillion in government handouts later this week. I mean, that's what they're pushing for.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it from just solely from the percentage of the gross domestic product, which is the total amount of money that is earned in the U.S. or made in the U.S. by transactions in a 12-month period. If you look at that number and then compared it to the debt, it's not sustainable. No, you know what? Using the word sustainable is even pointless. It's not possible to continue. It's entirely. It's kind of something's going to happen. Something's going to have to happen. The Chinese aren't buying our debt. Guess who's buying our debt? The Federal Reserve is. That's called debt monetization. So the value, and I don't know why it hasn't already started. I mean, it should have. We should already have hyperinflation in the States. It hasn't happened yet. It's sure we have inflation, but it's not hyperinflation. Hyperinflation is when it gets over 100% inflation per annum, and it's not happened yet. I don't understand how it could be.
I think as soon as if they shove the 3.5 trillion through, I think that's on the horizon. Some of the financial experts have been saying that.
It's got to be, And then I want you to think about this too. I know you got to go to a break, don't you? In a minute, but I want you to think about this. Everything that we do requires a microchip. Okay, all the communication that we're doing right now, totally by the way of a microchip. Without those microchips that are being held back or not produced or stopped in transit, or whatever's going on, the Chinese can stop the world in just two little moves. One of them is microchips. Two is fuel and slowing down that, but which can be done by, like we saw with the Colonial Pipeline. It doesn't take that much. There's this cabal created by this wonderful president that we have, that the Russians and the Chinese are now together. They're working very well together, and it's not just this. There's somebody else too that's now joining forces with them, saying that these guys are the ones to go. Oh wait, that's right. That's Iran. And now they're in Afghanistan, where there's a massive amount of raw materials. Mate, this is a problem. I hope Americans have realized we can hopefully turn it around, get it started, get rid of the guy that's in there. I know you got to go to a break. Can you hold me over, or do you want to go to break now?
We'll take care of our news break. All right, we'll be back after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A 14-member NTSB team of investigators has arrived at the site of Saturday's deadly Amtrak derailment in a remote part of northern Montana. It killed 3 people. Dozens of other passengers were hurt. 5 people injured, still hospitalized. And again, that investigative team showed up a few hours ago. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says she is backing the boosters for those who work in high-risk environments because millions of Americans are not vaccinated, and those frontline workers need to be protected.
That includes people in homeless shelters, people in group homes, people in prisons.
Democrats have been saying that Republicans just simply did not want police reform, and that's why it's failed for now on Capitol Hill. But Republican Senator Tim Scott says the push for police reform failed because Democrats were fighting to actually defund the police. This is USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio is looking for a co-host. Yes, you heard me correctly. Nationally syndicated radio show and popular podcast, Rockstar Radio with Billy Gerard, is looking for a co-host. In fact, 2 segment co-hosts. One will join Billy weekly talking about all things financial, and another for a weekly review of the national real estate and mortgage market. Co-hosting with Billy Gerard could be the move that puts your career into overdrive. For all the details and to schedule an audition with Billy, send an email to bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Or go to rockstar.today/co-host for all the details. Rockstar Radio is looking for 2 expert co-hosts. It could be you. Email bill@rockstar.today or go to rockstar.today/co-host. Being on the radio with Billy will make you the expert in the field. It could take your career over the moon. Get all the audition details at rockstar.today/co-host.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here as we got to head down the home stretch on a Monday. First show of the week. Welcome back, Sylvester.
Hey, Bubba. Hey, before I go any further, because I get sidetracked a little bit, don't forget to Dean Michael is also a fantastic supporter, always has been, of your show, and he does fantastic work. If you have any issues with the IRS, even if you just want to get your taxes filed and filed correctly on time as a truck driver or an owner-operator or trucking company, Dean Michael is the guy to do it. I don't know if he's still doing it, but he actually registered my my corporation, did a fantastic job, did my filings of my taxes, did a great job. You know, I honestly could not have been as successful as I was during the time that I was doing it without him. It's just not possible. So I wanted to mention this. I don't know if you've heard the news. There's another company that is in China that is going bankrupt, or has gone bankrupt. Isn't just going bankrupt, has gone bankrupt. It's a large hospitality company, and I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it has gone bankrupt, and we're talking to the tune of billions and billions of dollars. It's also being run by an American citizen. Now, have you heard anything about this?
Oh, it's the
China.
Yeah, it's like
the largest company,
and it's a big real estate firm, right?
No. This is another one. This isn't
not the Evergrande. Okay, all right. No, I haven't heard about the other.
This is Evergrande. Yeah, this is another one. It's actually operated by an American citizen who's actually been arrested in China. And then, of course, what did our wonderful government do? They essentially made a plea deal with the Huawei CEO, and she's now back in China. She's managed to get back in China while the Trump administration stopped it and blocked her from leaving, got the
the Canadians to help out with us because of the spying that is being done by all the chips and devices that are being sold under that brand in the U.S. If you've got, just so you know, people, if you've got a Huawei router in your house, everything you do, everything that you search on, everything that you watch is being tracked. Now, on top of that, it's not just that it's being tracked, but they also, when your computer is sitting there nice and quietly in the middle of the night, they're using your server for purposes that you don't want to know about. So for those of you who've got Huawei routers in the States, that's what's going on.
And Trump tried to ban our dealing with that company, did they not? And I think Biden has overturned that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he's overturned it, but what he's actually done is he's released the chief financial officer who was in the States, and she had actually been held in Canada and waiting extradition to the States. And of course, the Chinese intervened. But she arrived back in China as a hero. And there's a reason for that, because she is a hero to them. She's been on the very forefront of the war that has been going on. This is not just a game, mate. Mm-hmm. This is a war, and we're in a war for the Chinese. Now, I've been saying this for years and years and years. I asked my brother when I was talking to him the other day if he still had the TV that he bought back in 2006, I think it was. Yeah, I think 2006. And he asked me why. I said, well, do you remember, because he got it on this, it was one of those Black Friday specials.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just wondering, do you still have that? He said, no, it burned out about 3 years after we got it. I said, oh, okay, I was just wondering. He said, no, seriously, why? He says, because we had a fight about that TV. And the fight was, I said to him, you know what, Kent? You've made a decision to, quote unquote, upgrade your TV. And everything that you buy that's Chinese, that was Chinese, you're buying something that's going to eventually pay for a bullet or something that's going to kill an American. That's exactly what's going on.
No.
We sell a lot of Chinese products in the store that I work at, and I do my best to steer people away from them. Okay, I've told you about this company called Tektronix. They make Ryobi, Milwaukee, Rigid, which is called AEG over here, etc. The Empire, like Levels and things like that, Stringline, etc. All of those are owned by a company called Tektronix, which is based in Hong Kong, but it's a Chinese company. You really need to know who the pedigree is for everything that you buy. Everything. When you go to buy something, lift its tail and have a look, because unless you know where that is coming from, you could be buying Chinese. Like, I know in Walmart they sell fruits. Now this was back 4 years ago. They were selling fruit and vegetables in jars that were from China, sold right there in Walmart, cheap. A lot of when I was working in restaurants, working at the restaurant at Denny's there, a lot of the frozen veggies that we got for a short period when we had to have frozen veggies were Chinese, broccoli from China. Look at the pedigree when you go to buy something. It might cost you a little bit more, but you know what? You're not buying a bullet or fuel to have those aircraft that are going to attack Taiwan. It's going to happen, people.
Not only the aircraft, but the aircraft carriers, and I mean the incredible buildup that they've had going. I think, hey, the latest incursion was just over the weekend, was it not? Did we not see 21 fighter aircraft going into Taiwan's airspace once again? Yeah, the preparations are ongoing. And he's right. It's not It's not if, it's when. And I think it's getting close. But, hey, real quickly, let me get to, Chevy guy, hey there.
Yeah, I was going to say something else, but I'm going to tie on the end of this. I'm surprised you didn't mention somebody in the Biden administration's got enough sense. We got the French upset at us. Whoa, big deal. We're going to sell Australia submarines, and part of it is because of the immediate threat of the Chinese. So I'm surprised he didn't bring that up. He keeps saying that Australia is at war with China in a way, but somebody in the Biden administration definitely understands the situation. So, and as for the French, they give up so fast you make your head spin. So don't give them a rifle; they'll hand it to the enemy. And I wanted to, I sat there and watched them Congress ladies say, and just to listen to those cowboys, like it's an evil thing. But, I'm sorry, those cowboys, number one cowboys in the history of this country. I mean, TV has really screwed us all up. I mean, face it, Miss Kitty in Gunsmoke was a whore, a prostitute. And she sold whores, prostitutes. But, we sat there, his kids rode up. No, she was just a bartender. I'm sorry. Cowboys, are not all white, and they're not all middle-aged. When you go to history in cowboys, they were mostly German immigrants. They were blacks, ex-slaves. They were, people that didn't have land, but they needed a job. They were hard-working. They were great people. So, excuse me, don't start trashing cowboys now. But right there you were, and not a word from any of them ladies about the illegal aliens trying to invade our country. Whether they're military or they're the army of the poverty, it's still, they were defending us, defending them. And I'm just so upset that nobody's saying anything. And with Tim, like I said earlier, Tim Scott should have jumped on there and should have said, yeah, the Biden administration jump on him about, hey, Jim Crow can't help me but Jim Crow. And other than that, it's just amazing to listen to what the media is putting out there. And you got to understand, most people don't think, they don't know, they just get that little bit of news, then they go to work.
Yep.
They're not like most of us truckers that sit just an arm's length from a radio or an arm's length from the phone. So we're a little bit over-informed, I think. And sometimes somebody will sit there and they'll hear the news, and then we'll hear that news, but we know the other side of that story. And I just want to thank, before I go, Hot Shot Secret. They are a sponsor of a TV program called Power Nation. Got to see the S10 diesel truck. They showed it. They showed a video. I guess one of their engines blew up on a dyno, and I'd never seen anything like that before. That was scary. But it showed the two men and said all they did when they came along, they poured the product in the engine, and that increased the speed of that diesel truck on the track. It said that's how quick. Just they poured it, they got it mixed in, and then when they run it, it outperformed what they had been doing previously. So just amazing to watch that issue. And I appreciate Hot Shot Secret, Steve Sommers' overnight drive, and I'm going to sit back and copy the mail for tomorrow morning. How about it?
I reckon there's a reason the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 is the world's fastest diesel. You think? That's right. And it's 10 before the hour. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, latest incursion just a couple days ago, I guess it was. Late last week. World War III fears continue to mount after China sent another 19 fighter jets into Taiwan airspace. Taiwan's Air Force scrambling Thursday to warn off the Chinese aircraft, which entered their air defense zone. The latest uptick in tension across the Taiwan Strait. The Chinese aircraft included 12 J-16 fighters and 2 nuclear-capable H-6 bombers. That just days after China flew 10 fighter jets into Taiwan airspace after sending planes over 15 times in 2 weeks. Chinese aircraft have been tracked in Taiwan's airspace 155 times so far this year. It comes after Taiwan staged chilling biowarfare defense drills. Fears that China is creating weaponized coronaviruses in preparation for World War III. Troops began last week simulating a biological and chemical attack by Beijing, as well as preventing a decapitation strike against their president. Drills taking place throughout Taiwan, as well as on the Taiwan Strait, as part of their largest annual military exercise, and involves both standing and reserve forces. They call it a severe threat. But let me get to quickly there. Vic, what's happening? Happy Monday.
Oh, happy Monday, Kate. Well, what you were just talking about there about biowarfare, we've been going over this COVID thing, coronavirus, now for a couple of years, and it's painfully obvious that Dr. Fauci assisted with a gain of function. And in all of his testimony, they had to be some sort of an organism that they weaponized. What is so difficult about just bringing him in front of Congress and say, what organism were you working with? I mean, what's so difficult about that? And then once we know the organism he was working with, an EcoHealth, the company, and it should be, when you apply for a federal grant, you have to detail what you're going to do. And it should be in the papers where they applied for the federal grant. Instead, we're spending untold trillions of dollars directly and indirectly. And like out there at Long Beach, I believe China runs that port out there. So my question is, once we know the organism, I'm sure that we know how to deal with that organism as far as what we would need to do if it was in its natural state. And also that you keep talking about, well, you don't, but the public at large and all that, they keep talking about artificial intelligence. Well, what would be so hard about feeding into artificial intelligence all the symptoms of this disease, and what other diseases have the same symptoms, and what pharmaceuticals do you use to treat all these other diseases, and let the artificial intelligence figure out probably what should be done, and then there would be no politics involved in it. I mean, when I look at this, it's like that. This is beyond benign neglect, incompetence, or whatever. Somebody has to be deliberately doing this within the United States. And my personal feeling is, if anybody in the United States is engaging in biowarfare in collusion or conspiracy with another country, that definitely is a definition of treason. And of course, with Joe Biden, probably can't even find his way around the White House. And then you have Kamala Harris, who really, she has no desire in doing anything other than getting to president some way, somehow. And in all likelihood, if they get it through, I would imagine Valerie Jarrett would probably be her choice for vice president. But that's just my my thoughts on the matter. But my point is this: why are we stumbling around like a blind dog at a meat house? An elephant in a china shop. That this is also straightforward. I was a little bit put out with Trump back when he was in office, when he didn't invoke the Defense and Production Act and also the Insurrection Act. I mean, now that kind of as an example of this, Steve, how many paper advertisements do you see now for toilet paper and paper towels and all that they told us were in a shortage? And
they don't have to advertise, right? They don't need to advertise.
Right. But yeah, well, I seen a few the other day that they were advertising. Have you seen the one on TV where they're showing people using a paper towel to clean up the kitchen and showing like you're rubbing food all over every place and saying you need to use paper towels? Have you seen that ad? I don't even know if it's still on or not.
I don't.
But it
think
struck
I've
me
seen
as
that. Yeah. I mean, Bounty used to do that. I mean, Bounty, yeah, the quicker picker-upper. Remember those days? All right. Hey, Vic, thank you so much for checking in, but we're out of time here. Thank you so much for all who participated here on a Back to Work Monday. Have a great day. Be safe out there, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us and bring along some friends. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.